started talking that right there the second I turned on the desktop audio on my recording. Timing. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the internet and of YouTube. Welcome back to Final Fantasy Chronicles of Eno. I am your host and game master, Skajarmas, otherwise known as Toneshift. As always, quick heads up before we start getting into the nitty-gritty of this particular session. First up, it's going to be a short one because we're starting kind of late. Daylight savings screwed over the people on the American side of the pond a little bit. And we're winding up starting later than we would like because of technical difficulties on Darkness's end. So Darkness, in an ideal world, if he actually follows his own damn plan and gets in here, will be listening in at first, but his microphone is giving him trouble, so he might not be able to participate vocally at first. We're hoping he can get that sorted out. So all in all, probably going to be a pretty short session, so just be aware of that going in. But that's pretty fine because we're still just in our little circle tour around things. So I suppose at this point it's time for us to go ahead and get the introductions out of the way of everyone else. So first up, we have Hades Shadow 92 playing Thanatos, male human Dark Knight.
Yep.
We have Luminous Starlight playing Rocket, our female cyborg Chocobo Warrior.
Hey.
We have Tom117Z playing Neothil, our female Elvon Ranger.
Hello.
And as I mentioned a minute ago, Darkness is playing our male human paladin, Alistair, and is still not in the call.
Yes, Darkness is needing to fix technical problems, because we know he's most technically minded.
And now he's offline.
Oh, fucking great.
I guarantee, and he's offline, I guarantee, like, he said he'd hop into the call, he'd be right there, and then, I guarantee, instead of doing that, he's like, shit, I'm gonna try some more things to fix, and I don't, oh, there he is.
Hi,
Hello.
Is your microphone working now? Judging by the silence, I'm going to assume 9.
And
But can you hear us at least? Type something in the Roll20 chat if yes.
you need to hop into the Roll20. Yes, you can hear us, yay!
Yay! Okay. Now that I just got done introducing the cast, so just hang out there, hop into the Roll20. If you need to communicate with us, you can use the chat in there.
Technical issues.
Yeah, right? Such terrible, shitty-ass timing. Okay, so, where we last...
Your homework for next week is...
Oh, boy. So, where we last left off, our intrepid band of adventurers, the self-proclaimed Warriors of Light, have been taking a brief lull in the activity of their confrontation with Diabolos' horde of minions to make one last little pass around all of the little places that have been staples on their journey since the beginning of this campaign to get in anything they don't wish to leave unsaid with friends and family scattered across the continent, stopping in to meet with Alistair's family in Garlet, speaking with Neothil's family in Vitae, and so on and so forth. Their most recent stop on this little farewell tour around the continent has brought them to the island nation of Mikatai and the capital of that nation, Lyricai, where the refugees from where the journey began oh so long ago have taken up residence in a tent city of sorts, as they struggle to piece back together the sundered, flooded remnants of their lives. Where we last left off, Rocket had been the first to address the people that she cares about in this city. The lovely 2 children, Trisha, or... their names just fucking jumped out of my head.
The dad's Maven.
The dad's Maven, the mother's Kalea... That whole family from way back when, and spent some time talking with them, getting caught up, playing with the kids a little bit, and explaining the sheer true gravity of the situation to the parents once the kids ran off to play with some mysterious child known as Carlos, who will never come up again, I'm sure of it.
Carlos, fancy name.
Dennis? Right. So, but there are other people in this city that other members of the party wish to go and see. And so, as we come in, I will let it be picked by y'all who you want to speak with next. You have a small list that you can hit up, make your pick, and let's hop to.
I live.
Yes! Darkness, hello, my good man, fucking bitch!
Finally! I have to rely on my old reliable headset, for the mic is sadly not working.
Voice is voice.
Voice is
You can
voice.
hear
It,
you.
it doesn't give a damn. Welcome back, motherfucker.
Thank you. Sorry for the poor quality, everyone. This is the best I could
No,
do.
it's fine. We can hear you. It's better.
Yes, that's better than silence.
Hours of stress over for now.
Hopefully it stays that way. If in 5 minutes you suddenly disappear again, I'm calling it.
I'm yeeting my machine if that happens.
Don't do that. That is expensive hardware that can be fixed. Unless you start breaking things.
Oh, don't worry, I haven't broken anything in my life. It'll land on my bed softly.
Just because something is on a soft bed doesn't mean it's incapable of being broken. Trust me, I broke a laptop of my brother's once when it was on his soft bed.
Hey, we can start an hour early. Meanwhile, in darkness.
Yes, sorry. Technical issues are a bitch.
Just need to take a pickaxe to it. Now then!
You just don't break it.
Now then. Oh yes, but mine a bitch. We were talking about that earlier. Okay, so, as I was saying, you have a small list of people you can hit up, whichever order. There's Mika's family, Marisi Leyland, Larentam, Vanar's widow.
If I recall where we left off, we split from Rocket because Rocket went off to give piggybacks to children, as Rocket is wont to do. The rest of us were going to Mika's house because she was beelining it straight there.
I don't know if they exactly have a house. Like, chances are most of these people are still going to be hanging out in that tent city, just different parts of it.
We were going there because, yes.
So, all right, so yeah, Mika's family up next. So, in that case, because it's been a while since y'all have been here and things have shuffled around a little bit, I need to have Mika make a roll.
Does it involve burping? Does that help?
Not really. Yeah, it's fine. She gets it. So, she only needed a 7. It's pretty easy. So, as you're making your way into the tent city at the entrance of Lyrsai, Mika spends a few minutes sort of asking around, and before long is able to nail down where her parents have landed. And immediately just beelines in that direction, like power walking the whole way. Now I need to real quickly...
Mika on a mission.
Yep. So, you trail close behind, and after a few minutes, you come to another sort of little, like, cul-de-sac-like area of tents on the beach. And as you're sort of coming up, you see Mika's come to a stop at the edge of this little cul-de-sac, just looking into it, and coming up by her side and looking ahead, you see the familiar, if now very tired, appearances of Avon and Keela, Mika's family. I guess sort of takes a deep breath.
It was your show.
Mika doesn't say anything, she just starts to walk forward. Do you follow her, or are you giving her space?
Me will go with.
Alright. So Mika approaches at a slow pace, sort of trailing along a little bit.
It also strikes me that they don't know about the engagement yet, do they?
I mean, you asked for their blessing before you did it, so they
Yes,
know
they
you were
just don't know,
planning to.
'cause-
They just don't know it's happened yet.
Yeah, because that happened on the way to Onomo after we dealt with Scotland, didn't it?
Yeah. Alright, so as you are approaching, Avon looks up and his eyes sort of widen a bit, and it looks like he was like tending to like a cauldron that has some bubbling soup in it, and like he just drops the ladle, spoon, whatever he's doing. It lands in the cauldron with a little... Mika! He gets up and immediately just runs forward, wrapping Mika up in a tight hug, which he eagerly returns. Oh, we've been so worried. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. What about you?
As well as we can be, given the circumstances. We're making do, best we can. Then Yvonne looks past Mika to you. What about you?
What was the initial question? That all about you?
It's like, how are you doing? Are you doing all right?
Alright, I missed what he said to her. I was distracted by something IRL. Anyway. We're doing alright. Just checking in on what's important.
Taking care of each other, I hope?
Yes, sir.
I should hope so. What is going on up there? And he glances up at the sky.
It's a really long story. The short version is... everything that I've been fighting against is reaching a head. It's at a breaking point. We're here to get in what we need to say before the clock runs out.
It's not the end of the world, is it?
No. Because we're gonna stop it.
Alright. Then Yvonne looks back and hollers, Kayla! Mika's here! And like from the inside of one of the tents, Kayla suddenly comes barreling out, looks around for a second, and you recognize her sort of more soft, sort of demure features as her eyes land on her daughter, and she puts on this warm smile, and she approaches no less eagerly, but not as quickly. And the hug she gives Mika is much more... It's not like a bear hug, but it's more gentle, as like the two wrap each other up in their arms. They whisper a few things to one another for a couple seconds before Mika pulls back.
I'm glad you two are doing alright. After everything that happened, I was worried that... I don't know, maybe you'd have a hard time getting by.
We're resourceful. It's not easy, but we're making do. Do you want to sit down?
Yes, please.
Where are they currently staying? What building did they come out of?
Out of a tent in the tent city.
A tent.
Yeah.
Right.
They haven't saved up enough to buy themselves a new house yet. It's only been a couple months and work is scarce. And like, all they brought with them from Marasu is their lives and the clothes on their back and whatever they had in their pockets at the time, which is not enough to buy a house.
For reference, how much gil do we currently have?
As of right now, after you splurged on adding that extra room to your house, about 22,000 gil.
2,000.
Oof.
How much would it, if we didn't have fundamentals, would an in-room normally cost?
In rooms, it kind of varies depending, but like usually it's like a set amount per person that's usually not more than the double digits. Like if we assume that that a gil usually amounts to about a standard American dollar, which is what the rulebook says is the usual typical value, then like for a cheapo basic in room it would probably be like 20 gil per person per night. For just like a really cheap, like really low quality thing. Something higher quality, more luxurious would start getting up into like the 80s or 100s.
It's these. Alright, about 20 gil.
I mean, as long as we have like a nice room to be in it. Big enough.
Alright. Lead the way. I mean, if it's not too much trouble, anyway, for the rest of us to be here.
That's fine. Though I may want a few minutes in private at some point.
I imagine I still got to find Maurice and Leland anyway. I don't suppose you two have seen a couple of. Well, she basically describes Maurice and Leland specifically. Looking around.
Yeah. Keela pipes up as you're describing. Is like,
Oh yes, those two. When
Hard to
she's
miss. The younger one has a bow.
yes, when they're not taking requests from Laren and Tam, Maurice's usually helping us or asking us to babysit Leyland.
Oh, really? Huh. I didn't know that you were acquainted personally.
We rubbed shoulders a bit when we were on the refugee ships. When they learned we were, the parents of Mika, they were interested in getting to know us better. So, here we are.
I think you mean on the Little Wing. They were on the Little Wing with us.
all right, Little Wing, whatever. Onto the ship.
Right.
So they've been helping out from time to time.
Laren and Tam, where are they?
I don't know where they are right now, but they're doing what they can. Last I heard, Laren was working with the Alpha to try and get a more comfortable arrangement built up on the outside of Lyrisai. Less a tent city and more of a... I don't want to call it a shanty town, because that would be a very inglorious way of describing it, but they're trying to get something more stable built up for us to live in. Proper temporary
full
housing.
walls rather than the cloth overhang.
Yeah, pretty much. Proper roof over our heads. Place to store our things. Somewhere that won't routinely be hit by rising tides. But I don't
Well,
know what
I
the
mean-
progress is on that. And with the sky the way it is...
I mean, given everything that's going on, what are the local inns like here?
Well, it's the capital city, so a lot of them are very nice. Along the ports, especially, there are a lot of really high-class ones. It's kind of a tourist trap. As I'm given to understand, towards the southern and northern gates of the city, there's some more affordable ones. But we've been making do here on the beach for now. Just trying to save up.
Well, I mean, if it would help, I'm going to take out 2,000 gil, put us down to 20,000, and a pouch of over. If it would help get a roof over your heads for a little while, or you continue to save something more permanent.
Vaughn's eyes widen as he takes the pouch. What? Wow, that's really generous of you. Are you sure?
If there's any time to be generous, it's now. Besides, Besides, why stop now? I did just buy someone a personal study library thing.
Thank you very much. I mean it, thank you.
Well, you are my soon-to-be parents-in-law, so...
I'm sorry, what?
Mika kind of flushes a bit.
Right, I was going to get to that.
Well, now you have extra reason to.
Shut up!
She kind of swats you, pushes you a bit.
Shut up, shut up.
Shutting up, okay, shush, okay.
Neothel proposed to me, and I said yes.
There's a momentary pause as this information washes over the parents. Then this high-pitched noise, like tea squealing for release from the kettle, starts to emit, not from Keela, but from Yvonne.
So, Maurice and Leila, I should go and find them, yes?
Oh no, Nee. You're staying for this.
Now Yvonne is bear-hugging you, Nee.
What? Why all your... How can your hugs and everyone's hugs hurt so much?
Congratulations.
Yvonne just says, parent hugs, never underestimate them. And in your head, Emma's just like,
Yeah, that tracks.
I guess.
I glance
I
at
guess-
Kyra. How big is her shit-eating grin right now?
It's actually not much of a shit-eating grin. It's more of a... It's more genuine of a smile. Like she genuinely finds the interaction to be wholesome.
Blimey, I just realized something.
Hmm?
Does this technically mean that Nee has 3 families?
Oh, let's
Total?
not go there.
3 sets of parents.
You know,
Oh
I-
boy. We have mom, we have mother. Who's this one gonna be?
Parent-in-laws?
By name, probably. What's her name?
Congrats, Nee. You're loved by everyone.
The 3-mothered woman.
I was just thinking that, yeah.
That is a reference and a half that no one watching this video is going to get.
3 fathers as well. Only one of them was trying to kill her.
I'm glad I didn't get my drink yet. This is just beautiful.
Okay. So, oddly funny shit to be discussing with sad music playing in the watch together, but anyway.
Whoopsie.
It's fine, it's fine. A little dissonance never hurt anyone. So, Yvonne puts you down after a minute, pats you on the shoulder. Have you decided when the ceremony is going to be?
We haven't. Honestly, we've kind of just poked at it idly in the meantime, while we've been, working to save the world and all that. We'll probably sit down and have a more, we'll probably sit down and have a more protracted discussion about all the details when all of this is done and over with. And yes, absolutely, I'll be sure to talk to you two about everything. You'll be in on it every step of the way.
Well, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Me neither.
So you're fine with this, right? No problems, nothing.
I mean, we gave you our permission, didn't we?
Yeah, but I'm a paranoid, awkward soul.
Well,
Souls.
whatever the case. Yvonne walks forward and pats you on the shoulder a couple times. Our minds haven't changed. If anything, we've grown more confident in our agreement to the whole thing after what happened in Marasu because of just how much courage and bravery you displayed.
Well,
And how much you've clearly inspired those things in Mika. You're a good influence on each other.
I think it's Mika that keeps me going half the time, to be honest.
Ditto.
Same.
Oh, show them the ring.
Mika sort of lifts up her hand and shows it off because she is wearing the damn thing.
Hope so. She does. I want her to be wearing it.
And Kilo walks forward and looks it over.
Oh my goodness, I've never seen a gem like this. Tell me about it. Neathel, apparently busted her proverbial balls off to get me this thing.
Oh, it only took a trip to the Bonga. We happen to be in the neighborhood, you know.
And apparently, it has the power to keep me from dying. One time.
Did I ever tell Mika that?
I don't know. Did you?
I don't think I ever told Mika that.
Then never mind.
I don't, yeah,
Okay, look.
Nee never
Secret
told
surprise.
Mika about the Ash and Tearstone's properties because.
Yeah, we don't know how she would react to that.
Never mind then. So, Mika they just sort of fawn over it for a moment, and Vaughn's like, oh, that thing's perfectly spherical. Is it just me, or is it, glowing a little on the inside? Is that like firelight or something?
It's magic.
Yeah, it's got some magic properties. I've been able to tell that much ever since I put it on.
You never asked.
I just figured you'd tell me if there was anything important to know. I don't know, I feel a little tougher when I wear it, and I'm a little smarter, maybe?
Well, it's not much like you are tough and smart no matter what. It's just kind of your thing.
She rolls her eyes.
Charmer.
I know. It's kind of like the earring you gave me. She kind of fiddles the earring. protection magic, so if something bad happens, it won't happen.
Bad things denied for the sake of good.
Funny
You
how
can't
that
always
happens.
hide. You can't always hide behind that one. I mean, I know you're a wall, Alistair, but sometimes it's a sledgehammer.
Mm. But hey, I'm still standing, and you're still standing, so I'm happy.
Let's not talk about the time Alistair was subject to a potential killing attack. Or Neothil.
Yes, the one
strong.
punch boss.
Let's not
Should've
talk
watched
about
out
the
for that.
slow actions to kill you.
Yes, that one time, like, full health, lost a force check against someone with much higher force, and all my health was just like, nope, gone.
I was just lucky he ain't Saitama, or there'd be nothing left of me here.
He was just very angry at hunting him through a wall. Outside,
It's funny, it did like barely any damage, and I just.
All right, well.
That was brutal.
Well, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we'll figure something out. We've talked about a couple of people we have in mind positions. I want to see my sister in a bridesmaid's dress because she would hate it, and that is wonderful.
And Mika just pipes up.
Just be careful she doesn't subscribe to malicious compliance.
Oh, I would be disappointed if she didn't try to do that, at least. She wouldn't do anything too hasty, not on that day of all days. She'd just make me suffer for it later.
Probably.
Still. You have the guild, and I'll leave you to get some personal daughter-parent time, and I'll be back. I need to find Mercy and Lyle check on them.
All right. And, Neothil.
Yeah?
Thanks for looking after our daughter when we can't.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her. Literally, there was a tough time before I met you the first time.
Just say thank you and nod your head. Or you're welcome, or something. Just don't overthink it, you silly woman.
Thanks, I guess.
And with that, he starts making her way off. And Mika looks to the rest of you.
Do you mind giving me some space with them?
Oh, way ahead of you. As
Right.
that as making his way.
Alright, so Thanatos, Alistair, Kyra all start heading away. So, next up on the list is Marisi and Leyland, eh?
I believe so.
Alright.
Which, if you don't mind, Nee, I wish to accompany you. I like to know if they're alright.
One of you guys go ahead and make for me an inquiry check to hunt them down.
As we're going off, Thanatos,
Shit.
are you coming, or are you finding the nearest dive to do whatever you do?
I'm not good with kids. You go have fun with it.
Right, Rocket.
Rocket isn't presently with you guys.
Rocket is right now with the kids.
Yeah.
Ah.
Like as of right now, she's like, this is happening concurrently with her talking to that family she likes.
Alright, fair enough. So I'm just checking inquiry, and I believe I don't have any,
Inquiry.
but just make sure.
Yeah, to ask around
Yes.
and find them.
All right.
And there is no inquiry. Shay.
No, there isn't.
I should have invested in inquiry.
That was a 7. I got a 6 and a 1. It was teetering on the edge of another 6, but then it fucked me.
Oh my.
Damn, listen here. Don't get any ideas. DM.
and Alistair.
Darkness. Dread.
All right. I know I don't have anything for inquiry, but screw it. Let's give it a shot. Well, I forgot. What for starters? Oh, there's my dice. Good. My shiny dice. Let's have a looky.
Shiny dice. Shiny dice.
And I roll 8.
8. So 7 and an 8. All right. That
Yep.
will do for both of you. 7 is exactly what you needed. So, there's not exactly difficult rolls here. So, the two of you, after a couple minutes of asking around, managed to sort of track down where Marisi and Leyland presently are. Apparently, they're currently on something of a break from whatever their usual antics are, so walking around, you eventually find them sort of standing close to the wall that sort of ascends up to the main streets in Lyricide. And you see them just sort of standing next to a little smaller fire, not a big bonfire, just a small little campfire away from most of the other tents. Just kind of looks like they're chowing down jointly on a couple of apples, and they have a little pouch on the ground next to them, just chatting. You see Leyland has the crossbow slung over her back.
Oh, Vault still Mark II.
Yeah, Boltstorm Mark II. And looking at it, it looks like there's like one of those training bolts that is attempted to be knocked properly, but it's kind of unhinged a little bit. Like she pulled it back and back and back until it stuck, but didn't clasp properly, so it looks like it could just go loose at any moment.
Uh-oh.
She turns too quickly, she's shooting something on the ground.
Can we kind of sneak up behind her and clasp it properly?
Make a stealth check for me, please.
Oh,
Yes, I
she's the
can
master
do.
of that.
Alistair, stay here a moment. If you bumble something and that goes off, I will make sure it hits you.
Oh, no. Go right ahead. I just sit back.
I heard Alexa go off.
Yes, it goes off all the time. Alright, that was
Apparently,
very
Alexa
good.
responds to Alicide's name.
19.
19. Silent as the
Nice.
grave, Neothil. You sneak up expertly behind Leyland as she and Marisi are chatting. And even Marisi doesn't seem to have noticed you, despite the fact she has line of sight in your general direction. You're just using Leyland's body mass to disguise your presence entirely.
Despite the fact that I'm like double her height.
Yeah. I mean, you're a lithe thing, so... So sneaking up, you deftly reach up, and I'm not even going to necessitate a roll here. You've practiced these motions dozens of times, if not
I
hundreds.
used to use that bow. That was my bow.
Yeah. So despite the awkward angle, you sort of just easily knock it back, and it is safely knocked.
Careful, if that goes into your foot, I'm not responsible.
Leyland spins around, and even Marisi kind of jumps in place a little bit, kind of fumbles the apple, and almost juggles it for a second before she catches it. Leyland just gives up and drops hers and spins around. And then her face...
Can I try and catch the apple before it hits the ground?
Make a finesse check.
Me, the show off today.
I'm in front of the child that literally idolizes me and wants to kind of, in a similar manner to me, to run. Yeah, so yeah, she has a reason to.
all right. Form your fan club.
This is her Scootaloo, all right?
Fair enough.
I thought Skalala was Scootaloo.
Yes, but this is mine. The new one.
Skalala is Rania's Scootaloo. Leyland is Knee's Scootaloo.
I think I get this, given the fact that I can get big old bonus finesse from my god weapons. So 13.
13.
Nice.
Because of how...
Oh wait, lie. 15.
Okay,
Right.
that's better. So you needed a 13 because Leyland is pretty close to the ground, and there wouldn't be a whole lot of time to reach out and grab it when you startled us. You say the thing, she startles, drops the apple, and you quickly stupidly fast. Just sort of like shift around, grab the apple, and then shift back. You just
And don't drop this either. It's food. Don't waste it.
Leyland takes the apple, grins up at you, looks around for a second because she's got the apple in her hands, and like eventually just settles on, shoves the apple down her shirt, and then reaches up to hug you.
I'll come back. Hey, kiddos.
You're back!
Yeah, at least for a little while. And couldn't be in their side without seeing how you were doing.
Leyland pulls back a bit and gives you this big smile.
It got real dark and scary, and then there were a bunch of flying evil things and big water monsters, and I shot one of them. It ignored me, but I shot it!
You hit it?
I need to roll something. I need you to make a finesse check.
Oh no. You could try to shoot me.
No. You need to beat a 7.
This should be good.
I have an automatic +8, so...
So you still need to roll it because there's a chance for a crit fail, and that'll auto fail.
Yeah, about that.
Did you roll 1s?
Yeah.
She is telling the truth. You believe everything she's saying.
Oh, God. I can't possibly fail this thing. One fuck me.
So this little kid who has a -2 on deception has successfully tricked you into thinking she shot a demon.
So she didn't shoot him. Oh, no,
She shot at, like out of character knowledge. She shot at it and she missed.
Shooting a demon. That's impressive.
That is really annoying. Why, dice?
I love it.
Well, that's something. Practicing though, alright? Because, one day, you might actually do a bit of damage.
Mm-hmm. It didn't really seem to mind the fact that I shot it, and then this big sea serpent thingy just came up and chomped it.
Sea serpents are right, we're friends.
Yeah, it seemed nice.
Her name's Leviathan.
Oh.
And Marisi steps forward at this point, offers you a smile of her own.
It's good to see you again, Nee. How have you been doing?
Marisi. Oh, alright. I mean, my group and I, we were kind of at the center of the sky going dark and all the demons coming out. Which I'm sure is not too much of a surprise given how we met.
Not really. I just had a feeling. What's going
What
on
about-
up there?
In truth, a big demon who's intent on hurting a lot of people, but we're not going to let him. That's kind of why I got this new thing. And she brings out a new crossbow and just lets a energy arrow just charge in it, but doesn't release it.
Leyland's eyes widen like that of a puppy who just saw the most lasciviously round and chewable ball. She's making like grabby hands at it, like.
She's gonna hand it over, but it's gonna turn the safety on.
Okay. So, which basically
That would
just
be
means
wise.
you turn off the
Doesn't really-
bolt you had been charging, hand it over, and Leyland, who does not know how to use magic at all, is incapable of firing it. There's no drawstring, so like she looks it over for a second, ogling the designs, then she like fumbles on her back for a second, pulls out Bolt Storm Mark II, takes the bolt out, and starts trying to like load it, and there's no drawstring, and she's like,
Your crossbow's broken.
It's not broken, it fires magic bolts. I'm magic now, did I tell you this?
A magical knee. Fear it wisely.
If you want, you could try and shoot him, he won't take any hurts from it.
Layla
Go
tries
ahead.
the crossbow on Alistair.
Shoot me. I assist.
She had rolled 1 higher, she would have actually fired a shot from that.
Aww.
So as it is, and she's pointing it at you, and she's like squinting, puffing up her cheeks, and then you got this little It's like she's like working the cogs in her brain, trying to figure out how does magic work.
I kind of meant Boltstorm, but she's using freaking death penalty.
Yeah, she's pointing death penalty at Alistair and is trying to channel magic into it to fire off a
Doesn't
shot.
death penalty ignore armor?
Oh,
Yeah.
she don't have the power.
Yes.
And
it
what winds up
does,
happening,
it's just-
and what winds up happening is it doesn't fire a bolt at Alistair. Instead, there's just this little, just a few little electric sparks just kind of come out of the launch point before she just like.
I meant your crossbow, you goof. Kind of ruffles her hair.
But you gave me the cool one!
Well, the cool one.
She got you there.
The cool one requires you to be a little older and, have a bit of magic.
Hmm.
You'll get there, but for now, shoot him with yours. I want to
Okay.
see you do it.
So she hands it back to you.
She's giving Alistair a shit-eating grin.
Then she picks up Boltstorm Mark II and shoots at Alistair.
Here she goes again.
What's your avoidance?
My avoidance. Give me a moment.
Are you
Do-do-do-do-do.
avoiding it? 'Cause it won't hurt you.
Probably
It's a
is no
training
way I
arrow.
could avoid it though. To be honest, there's no way. Unless it's really, really low. My
11.
avoidance is 7.
What?
Yeah,
Wow. Yeah.
I'm a stealthy bugger.
So she does 9 points of damage, reduced to 0 thanks to your armor score.
Wait, what?
She
hit?
She hit you.
Yeah, she rolled an
Yep.
11 on her accuracy. Her accuracy is +2.
Very nice shot.
So a crossbow, just a little toy crossbow with like a plunger suction cup, just sticks into your chest plate, and you look down at it.
Nice shot.
It stuck.
Holds out a hand for a high five.
Gives you a high five.
So you've been working on your aiming.
Every day.
Well, what have you... Aside from being a badass crossbow wielder, what have you two been doing in the meantime? Kind of looking up at Marisi.
Reese nods her head.
Mostly just odds and ends wherever Tam and Lara need us. Delivering messages, helping to coordinate things. That sort of thing. I help out a lot by providing some manual labor where need be, and Leyland just kind of makes a general endearing nuisance of herself.
Where are you two staying right now?
She frowns and then turns and nods a little deeper into the camp.
Laren and Tam set aside one of the larger tents for us. They're keeping to the promise they made to you all when you first helped us back in Marasu. They're taking care of us, don't worry.
What about them? Where are they staying? They're in town. They get better accommodations given board ship.
They were offered rooms up in the castle, but they actually turned down the offer. They're staying in the tent city with the rest of us.
Honestly, almost, despite it being a tense scene, I'm almost glad to hear that. Solidarity, I guess.
Yeah. Laren wants to stay closer to his people. Between you and me, I think he's been taking the loss of Marasu harder than most of us. His family ruled that island for generations. His mother entrusted it to him, and now it's gone. I can only imagine how he feels.
Being a leader can be hard when there's people trusting in you.
Well,
But
he's
he's a
doing
strong
right by
man.
us these days. A lot of people thought he was weak when he first took up his position, but he's grown a lot.
I'm glad to hear. I could give you something so you can get an in-room. Actual four walls, a roof, at least until something a bit more sturdy to live in around here.
I appreciate it, but Leyland and I at this point are honestly better at scampering between buildings than scampering around in them.
Alright.
When the shelters are done up, we'll happily find somewhere there, but for now I think we're better off helping out around the tent city.
So long as you two are getting by. You are getting by, alright?
Yeah, we're getting enough food. We have shelter thanks to our tent. We're not wanting for work.
Well, glad to hear it. We're going to be staying here for another day. We've went with Mika to meet with her parents. We're going to meet up with Baron Tam soon as well, if you want to come with.
It's at this point that Leyland sort of tugs on like that half skirt thing you've got going on your outfit.
Yes, Leyland?
Is Mika doing okay?
Well, I mean, after all of this nonsense is done, we're going to get married.
Aw.
Then Leyland's
yes,
smile kind of fades a little bit.
Last time you were here, I saw her shouting and screaming on the beach.
I know. Like Laren, like you all, she found it hard. But she's getting there.
She said she was gonna kill someone. Is it
It's
the guy
the-
who sunk Marasu?
It's the big monster who did that and has made the sky red. Yes. But we'll get him very soon. There's a lot of people coming together, and we're going to meet them in a few days. And all this will be over.
Okay.
And then Mika and I are going to get married, and you two are, of course, invited, and, you know... Aiden, have you ever been a flower girl?
Is that like someone who sells pretty flowers for a gill?
It means that when two people get married, they have a group of very special people as part of their group, their wedding procession. It's called. There's bridesmaids. There's flower girls who kind of follow one of the brides in and kind of showers the way with petals. Is kind of a tradition in some places.
Remind me, because I'm totally blanking on the term right now. What is the word for the male equivalent of the bridesmaids?
Best man and groomsman.
Groomsmen. Thank you. And then Leyland turns to Maurice and is like,
Bridesmaids sound like groomsmen. She says it's their job to make damn fools of themselves.
Well, it's two brides this time, so we don't really need that. Not that we won't make fools of ourselves, though, because come on, it's me.
You're not a fool.
she hugs your leg again.
You're a hero.
She is squeeing.
Maurice,
You, Leyland, are adorable.
Maurice giggles a little into her hand.
She's adorable, but she's also right.
I appreciate the sentiment. Oh, and we haven't really decided where it'll happen yet, but if it happens in Vitae, I can introduce you to all my fellow rangers who use crossbows like that, my sister included. Give you a few pointers and lessons.
Oh. Yes, please.
I'll
I
even
just
let you
wonder where I'm gonna be in this.
Oh, you'll continue being our dummy. She can shoot you if she wants.
Alistair is just like, he's like that wedding's equivalent of a guy in a, like, suspended over a tub of water and you dunk him in by throwing balls at it.
Makes sense. I mean, Thanatos is the best man. Unless he's getting planning to a wedding on the same day.
Who knows? A lot of shit to work out.
You
Yep.
kind of got to kill a demon god first.
Yes. Saving the world first. Ceremony wedding later.
Is there... While I'm here, is there anything I can do to help you two? Anything at all?
Marisi and Leyland look at each other for a moment, and then Marisi sort of gives a smile and shakes her head.
Honestly, at this point, I'd almost feel guilty asking for you to help us anymore.
I want to.
Well, the best thing you can do is keep doing what you do and take down that demon.
Well,
We're pretty well taken care of here otherwise.
I'm glad to hear it. Well, in a short while, we're going to go and find Tam and Laren if you two want to come with. But before then, how about another personal lesson between you and me? So yeah, show you how to really use a crossbow.
Leyland, like, cocks the crossbow and just...
Alistair will need you for this.
Don't worry. I'm just gonna pick myself a target.
Leyland shoots him again.
Target not necessary. I am the target.
There's a little training dummy that just stands there and is like, go for it.
But next time, try to aim for the head. It's more efficient.
Also, I'm gonna show you a little trick. She's going to, out of her pocket, go pinecone. You throw stone on Alistair.
So, like, the pycon just kind of bounces off Alistair's head, and he looks at him like, really?
Now that may seem really simple, but in a fight, if you just do something inane like throw a pinecone, I found that you can temporarily create an opening because they're just so damn confused. It works.
Why am I so
really well.
confounded by her now?
Marisi tilts her head.
I feel like a rock would work better there, honestly.
I mean, yes, but it's a pinecone and it's funnier.
That
Never
I can't
underestimate
deny.
the power. Never underestimate the power of the pinecone.
You haven't lived until you've seen a giant amber demon who got defeated because they got confused by a pinecone.
It literally happened.
It did. Multiple
No.
times.
Knowing you all, I believe it.
Oh, many stories to share. There's also other skills I can impart, dual wielding, how to, well, when you're a little older can use magic, how to imbue your arrows with fire and ice and things like that, which I will teach you all of it, I promise. This squeal is adorable.
I just imagine that, like in the future, there will just be, like, legends of this level 15 adventurer, Leyland.
And, well, you have the weapon, but you really need the garb as well, I think. I mean, something to grow into. I mean, I have this big old god armor now, but she's going to get into a pack and bring out Light Suit Mark 5, which is,
You are just... At this point, Maurice is like,
That's it. You are just spoiling my little sister to no end.
because she is adorable.
I mean, she is, but...
And who knows, she may be destined to be the next big hero someday. If she wants to carry on that.
That's what she wants to do. I won't stop her.
This is a very... I would like, what was it? It was like tier 6, wasn't it?
I don't fucking remember.
Well, this armor's seen more than its fair share of battles, and it's definitely a little big for you now, but grow into it, and it will serve you well one day, I think. Did me.
Leyland looks it over for a second, like,
Whoa, it's so blue.
I like the color blue. And it happens to be the uniform color of the Rangers, which serves me just fine.
After a second, Marisa kind of quirks an eyebrow.
It doesn't have a tail hole for us.
You might have to make some adjustments, yes. Don't know if you noticed, but we don't have tails. Elves, I have long ears, they're pointy and sharp.
Leland kind of starts like reaching up as if to like try and paw at your ear, but can't reach it.
She kneels down to Lena.
And like, it's just like as if she has no fucking self-preservation instinct at all. Leyland just starts like smacking the front of her palm into the pointy tip of her ear as if to test how sharp it is.
That's an it, yes. You goober.
Best goober.
Hugs you around the neck while you're knelt down.
Well, keep training hard, then one day you can protect your sister as she's protected you. Kind of gives Mauricia a thankful smile.
Marisa returns it.
So, you said you wanted to see Laren and Tam next, yeah?
Well, after we've had some lessons, remember? The others are still busy anyway.
All right. Well done.
Before, as we're going off, and like, I tell Leyland to, hey, go Alistair and get him ready to, be a dummy. Because he's a dummy. Go. Gonna go to Maurice.
Very funny for the nickname, Nee. And I'm
You're
just
welcome,
waiting.
Ali. Go to.
Okay, kid, show me what you got.
I'm gonna go to Maurice and just go.
You can probably make it fair on the kid. I won't need my shield.
It's not like she can hurt you. It's a bloody plunger arrow.
She has a dexterity of 3.
You're in god armor of 202
Which
armor.
is why he's taking it off.
If a child hurts you, that child is a freaking prodigy. And probably the chosen one.
Probably the truth. Fucking hell. Alright.
You say you're fine scattering through tents and stuff, but Big Ten, I know it's not been easy, has it?
It's been easier than it was when we have somewhere to go back to. And we do. We have a tent that's ours.
Wow.
But
Still.
Leyland spent most of her life with me growing up on the streets, so I'm honestly not sure she'd even know how to handle it if she had a proper house. She could barely hold still when we had a room back in the Marasu castle.
Doesn't mean she shouldn't have either of you shouldn't have a warm place to lay your heads when you finish fidgeting about.
Well, right now we do. It's not glamorous, but it works for us well enough.
Still, while yes, I'm supporting your sister a little bit with the crossbow. Hey, she wants to be an archer, and I kind of dig that. That's kind of my thing. Still, as the older sister, you can decide what to do with this, and I'm going to give her 1,000 gil.
Her eyes widen as you hand it over.
Wow, thank you.
Whether it's for you two or you use it to help other people, that's your business. Just keep it handy and be safe, both of you.
We will. You too.
Now, come on, we need to go and see Alice's suffering.
All right.
Nice
So.
shot. A little higher next time. That's a bit too low. I'm glad
Cling.
it wasn't a wheelbarrow.
Yeah, so she loads up another crossbow and she shoots.
Where did she hit?
She rolled another 11. You gave her a more powerful crossbow now, yes? Or no, you gave her armor.
I gave her Flight Suit Mark 5, which is tier 6 medium armor.
And her weapon is still just a tier 2 crossbow, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So her dexterity is 3 because that's the average at present, so that'll be a ×2 to her damage. That is 11 points of damage. That, once again, is completely swallowed up by your armor, so it just hits into, like, the chest plate over your clavicle and just kind of...
Well, it did say he took off the armor and shield, but fair enough.
Oh, you took off your gear?
Yeah, to make it more fair.
Okay, then, I guess you just take 11 points of straight-up bludgeoning damage as the bolt hits you right between the legs.
Oh,
You hit
That's
there
what-
again.
that's what we call a
A
bullseye.
little higher.
Layla,
Nice.
keep it up.
Like, completely uncomprehending about it, Leyland just runs up, grabs the bolt that's now, like, just lightly adhered to your pants, rips it off, and goes running back to her place. Doink! Okay, so, if Nia's going to be giving Leyland some lessons, I won't make you roll for this. You just spend the next, we'll say maybe like 30 minutes to an hour giving some instruction. And in this time, slowly but surely, any members of the group who wish to reconvene with everyone else can do so. So Rocket, you can reconvene with everyone else if you want. Thanatos and Kyra can reconvene. The group can reassemble if you wish.
What's Thanatos and Rocket doing?
Well, Rocket's still with the kids, I guess.
It's up to Lumina. Like, again, it was like an hour that Nia's spending training the kids. So if Rocket wants to reconvene with the rest of the group, that's up to Lumina.
Is she present?
She's muted.
Me watching Philia Fantasia while and then realizing she's being paged. Tuning it out.
Yeah. So, we just got done with one of the scenes. So if, like at this point, like an hour passes as Nia's giving instruction to one of the, to that kid with the crossbow that she likes. So if at this point Rocket wants to re-link back up with the rest of the group after her discussion with the family from earlier, she is welcome to do so.
Okay, I'm good, but I have nothing else to input.
Okay. So that means that Rocket either regroups and is just quiet the whole time, or for the time being just sticks with the fam from earlier. Gotcha. Alright, so do Thanatos and Kyra link back up?
Yep.
Alright, so after about, we'll say about an hour of teaching Leyland how to shoot Alistair in not the testicles, to aim better between the belt, above the belt, slowly
Yes,
but surely,
please.
most of the rest of the group begins to reconvene, and it's like the scene picks up as Mika is making her regroup with everyone, looking not necessarily happier, but a little lighter.
How did it go?
Went well enough, thanks. Got a lot of things off my chest.
She then
Alistair got a lot of things on his chest. Kind of
And
jokingly
below.
at his stomach while
Hey.
shooting a smirk at Leyland.
Yeah,
I
I
just-
saw some of that. You got shot in the dick. You okay?
Oh, don't worry, I'm fine. There's nothing really that could hit. I mean, so what? I've been hit repeatedly.
So,
After
here,
first
so
hit, I
here's the
couldn't
so
take-
here's the thing, Alistair. You're still not wearing any armor.
Yes, and you can see as much as he's trying to hold it, you can see there's a twitch in his eye,
So I need
I-
to do
but he's keeping a smile. I'm fine, really.
so
That's another good shot.
He was left at the complete mercy of a future warrior of light.
so I need to roll something here to determine how much damage you've taken as you've been shot repeatedly, like once every 2 minutes for the
Yes.
last hour.
There are as many shots as I think downstairs. He is twitching, but still he was
It
smiling.
would be
face.
much. It's a freaking toy plunger arrow.
Yeah, but
It
it's
builds
still
up.
being launched at high speeds from an actual attack crossbow. So I will
Yeah.
have this damage because it's a plunger tip, but it's still a proper war crossbow
And I was thinking she should get one headshot in.
So in total, Alistair has taken 204 points of accumulated damage over the course of this.
I am fine. This is fine.
You're just like covered in bruises all in the front.
To be fair, Alistair, you
hunky-dory.
did decide to take the armor off. That was voluntary.
I just wanted to make it more fair. I was just gonna. As I was saying, I was thinking she shot one and she finally hit my head, but unfortunately it's one of my eyes.
Just softening
Ow.
Rafina. Really.
Half my vision's impaired.
So Mika's just gonna look at you for a second, look at Layla and think,
Okay, I think that's enough. You don't want to break him. Aww.
and Mika walks forward,
Hey,
puts a hand
it's
on
okay,
you,
got a
Alistair.
bullseye.
No,
That's
no,
a
no.
great way
you-
to
no,
finish
no,
it.
no, 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 no. Doctor's orders. Hush.
And Mika's going to expend 60 MP and cast Kuraka on you.
I was just saying, no, you did the last good shot. You hit me literally in the bullseye. I think it's good to call it a day.
Alright, so...
Ow. That actually hurt.
So you get back 183 hit points as Mika casts Kuraka on you. So
Thank
you're mostly
you.
good now. You still have like a bruise on your joy department.
Thank you. I'm just gonna lay down for a while.
So Gara just sort of watches all of this and then looks at Thanatos.
So is this what you all do for fun when I'm not around? You just beat up on him?
Well, if it's not him, it's me. So I'm glad it's him.
Why is this news to you? You spent weeks with us.
Yeah, but we were really hyper-focused on other things and didn't get much of a chance to, do fun shit. So, I think the only fun things we really did largely just involved Thanatos and I getting drunk off our asses.
Or me getting repeatedly hit.
No, that didn't happen when I was traveling with you guys except in fights, and that's not fun
Oh, that's right.
until after the fact.
Yeah.
He's just embracing his role as a punching bag.
I thought the term was meat shield, but fair enough. We just keep changing it.
Well, he is known for making such wise decisions as taking off his armor. Or poking bombs with sticks.
And don't forget the time where I was a little bit delirious from the heat and the gate incident. Whoops.
You beat me
Sorry
to it by
again for
a
that.
second.
I was a bit
Mika
in
says with an
space.
irritated snort.
I was about to bring that one up.
Oh.
Hey, Alistair, you should let me handle this. I'm walking to the gate and the criminal guards. Hi, how's it going?
Pay a fine.
I
Okay,
have a
Alistair, we
friend-
don't have the money!
I had a friendly heat stroke.
A friendly heat stroke. A friendly heat stroke. That is a sentence in English language that I have now heard. A
And that has
friendly...
the context. I had a friendly heat stroke.
You're welcome.
Yep, I'm writing that down. I had a friendly heat stroke. So saith
Alistair.
the paladin. Fucking hell. Okay. God fucking damn it. Okay.
I imagine Leyland is just grinning at all of this and Reese looks confused.
Leyland isn't paying any attention. She's shooting Alistair again.
Oh.
No
I'm
one,
already
no one
down.
has told her to stop. That's an 8 to hit, which hits your 7 avoidance.
Stop shooting the paladin. He's already dead.
Alright, Leyland. I think you beat him up enough.
All right, 12 points of damage as the crossbow bolt plunges itself to the side of Alistair's head. Boing!
You
You
definitely
got a
beat
good
him up.
headshot
I
again.
think you win.
Leyland jumps up and down a
I
few times.
have
Yes,
been
yes,
defeated.
I win!
And then Mauricio steps forward, crouches down in front of Leyland.
Now, remember, Leyland, you're not supposed to shoot just anyone, okay? You're only allowed to shoot him because he asked you to, and even then, usually you're not just supposed to shoot people if they ask you to. You're supposed to go get guards if they do that.
In response, Leyland just cocks the crossbow again.
No, no.
Listen to your sister. Alistair is only being a training dummy because he was supposed to be wearing God-given armor that's impervious to most damage, but he took it off because he's a dunce. Don't be a dunce. Don't be Alistair.
Leyland looks at you, then looks at Alistair, then looks at you. Makes an awareness check.
Oh no.
An awareness check.
Notices you're wearing god armor. And turns the crossbow on you.
Avoid.
I will let you have one shot, and then no more.
That's a 7 to hit.
Normally that would
great.
miss, but she's not trying to dodge it.
Okay. So,
It does no damage.
Okay, we just created a trigger-happy child.
yeah, it does no damage. The crossbow bolt just plunks onto your armor and you don't feel a thing. You just look down and it's like, yeah, that is a plunger.
Cute. Just Leyland, seriously. Just remember the part of the lessons about trigger discipline. Your
I know,
sister's
I
not
know, I
wrong.
know, I know, I know, I know.
Good girl. Grab their hair again.
She slings the crossbow.
And make sure that the string is taut. Don't leave it loose or it could go into your foot and that'll hurt. Right. Do you two know where Laren and Tam are? We can find them then.
Maurice turns and points deeper towards what looks like, judging by like the faint glow of firelight from here, you can tell it's probably like the big like heart plaza of the 10 cities. Like,
Further that way, they're usually in or around a really big plaza with the biggest bonfire. Their sort of command tent is set up there where they're sort of organizing relief efforts and everything.
You take us there?
Sure, if you want me to.
You would. Check in on them. We'll be here another day, but still.
Alright.
the Maurice and Leyland lead the way. As you're passing through the, the tents, you do get a lot of looks of recognition as you're passing, and you have been the whole time. A lot of people sort of pausing what they're doing to sort of look at your group as you're passing, usually with, like, looks of gratitude and utmost respect, because, they recognize the heroes who are responsible for saving their lives. A handful look a bit more leery, not like in like a disdainful way, but in more like a where they go trouble tends to follow kind of caution sort of thing, right? It's not many, just like a handful of older, grumpier looking people. But eventually you come out into this large circular plaza. In the center is this large roaring bonfire, kind of like the big bonfires you find in Skyrim and Giant camps. Blazing large and bright and warm, you can just faintly feel the heat waves buffeting you even from this distance. The tents around here appear to be on the larger side of things. Maurice points one of them out.
That one over there is ours.
And at the very back, the northernmost end of, or easternmost end rather, of this little plaza, you see a much larger tent that you recognize as being the same sort of style as like a full-blown like commander's strategy tent if you were out on like a battlefield that has like full proper furniture set up, including a table in the center. Though it doesn't look like there's a map rolled out on it. It's more like a bunch of just sheafs of paperwork and rolled up scrolls and a couple of books. Like an abandoned plate of what looks like a lunch from earlier, half eaten. And you can see Laren and Tam inside of said tent, like the flaps are open so you can see inside through the front entrance. They're sitting at a table in the back, just kind of idly chatting with one another. You can't hear what they're saying from here, and it looks like they're just talking over what looks to be a game of chess.
Lord Laren, Tam.
To look up, Laren stands up. You're back. Please tell me you didn't bring any trouble with you.
No, the trouble is on the other side of the continent right now.
I had a feeling you'd know exactly what was going on. You've all been taking care of yourselves, I trust?
Looks at Mika, because
Yeah, we're doing all right. Just going around and getting in what needs to be said.
Then Tam gets up and steps forward. You look lighter.
I'm better than I was.
I'm glad to hear it. So, and Tam glances up at the sky. It's coming to a head, I take it.
the reason we're here is we're just making some social calls before there's going to be a fight around the Amber Tunnel. The last one. And given the severity of it, we just need to take the time.
I see. I would volunteer to join you if you had need of another white mage, but I'm needed here.
Alistair, can you take the kids out a moment?
Sure, no problem.
So you take Marisi and Leyland and head off to do something.
Yep.
Right.
Come along, you two.
That leaves Nee, Thanatos, Kyra, and Mika alone in the tent with Tam and Laren.
To give you a full idea of what's going on, Saran took control of the Tower of Creation.
Saran.
Literally, same asshole behind Plague and Marasu, or at least the one leading the cult.
I
The
remember.
one who sunk the island, and now he's moved the tower to the Amber Tunnel, and it's gathering power. If it gets to full power, well, the general gist is that his god, Diabolos, will manifest, and in a click of his fingers, this world will die. Everything, everywhere, all at once.
That is beyond concerning.
If we lose the coming battle, it's over. Everyone, every species but Diabolos goes extinct. No one's safe.
And like you were when the plague was in Marasu, you'll be leading the charge to put it all right, won't you?
This armor, we're the only ones who can enter the tower now. Its raging darkness would destroy anyone else. So, what's Folia's King? Theodore, isn't it? Folia's King?
Yeah.
King Theodore of Volia sending his forces, others, my rangers.
So
They're going to.
yes,
It's
I got some word of that from the Alpha. What few airships Mikatai has at its disposal have already been dispatched to the front lines.
all to punch a hole through a wall of demons to get us in.
It's a lot of people who are probably going to die for that.
I know, but if they don't, then everyone dies.
I know.
And there are too many in the Emperor's Tunnel for us to fight alone, but once we're in, we don't know what we're facing, really. Since the inside of the tower can be anything.
If it can be anything, then I can't help but wonder what the ones in charge are going to confront you with.
Oh. No one said it was going to be easy fighting a god.
I'm not really concerned about Diabolos so much as I am Saran. He's a wild card.
He is still an enigma. Everything he says, with his own plans. Our creation gets to its full power. I'm not convinced he's going to quietly let Diabolos collect the world out of existence as if he has something else planned.
Whatever Saran has become now, he did used to be a citizen of Mikatai.
He was an adventurer once.
What could have led him down the path he's walking now, I wonder? Where did he start? He wasn't from Marasu, I know that much.
When we first met him in the rooftop where he sent us to the hospital wing of Castle, he said how he was purposeless. He was down on his luck, and that Diabolos gave him a purpose. He was almost fanatically loyal to him then, but then he became Murasan, and he's different.
So at this point, Tam pipes up. I remember when you first brought us word of who was leading the cult way back when. Vanar mentioned that he had met Saran before the plague started, albeit only briefly. On the docks.
Wish you were here. You could try and tell us more.
He said the man looked like he was ready to just lay down and die.
Until the plague. Deceit. I don't know what he intends to do with that power. I don't think he intends to do Diabolos' bidding to the letter, but whatever his plan is not going to be good for humanity as a whole. Whether he plans to supplant Diabolos or something else. Either way, whatever he's planning, is still a very good chance that Diabolos will overpower it and do what he does anyway. I mean, his entire existence is from Diabolos' power currently. We don't know, but we have to fight him all the same.
Well, just be careful. Yeah.
We will.
Well,
Anyway,
as long as you're here, is there anything we can do for you to help before the big fight?
we have supplies. I mean, we're here for another day, so is there anything we can do for you, really?
I think at this point we have pretty much everything handled. At this point, anything I could ask of you to do would be a waste of your talents. You're needed more in far worse places than here.
We'll be around for a day. Unless in walk time, but you're keeping them busy, aren't you? The kids, Risi, Leyland.
Yeah, I am. Better than letting them sit in lethargy and apathy.
Did Leyland really hit a demon with that plunger arrow?
She shot at a demon? Then Tam nods a bit and like, yes, I seem to recall the arrow going remarkably wide.
That little on very. Thanatos, you're helping me get back at her.
Okay. It's your brochure.
Don't. I can track you into things.
Do I get to watch her shoot you?
Keep that up and I'll get her to shoot you.
So at this point, Tam
Still,
turns to Mika.
all this, everything,
Go ahead.
all this, everything, it... Heroes of Marasu, it all started with you guys. And when this is done, we'll be back to help you get a home again.
We'll
Let's
help
do the
rebuild
wave.
Marasu. Whether it's on the old island brought back up from the deep or on another one, it doesn't matter. We'll get it back.
I'm looking forward to the day we begin. And Tam steps forward and puts a hand on Mika's shoulder. I know I've said this to you before, but you've grown, Mika Solwyn, into a far better mage than I could ever hope to be. Look at you. The things you've managed to accomplish in such a short span of time. History will be singing your praises for centuries to come. Of that I have no doubt.
I wouldn't have gotten my start without your tutelage.
Maybe not the start you had, but I don't doubt you would have found your way onto this path regardless. Fate has a weird way of conspiring to pull us in certain directions, I've found. You've made me proud. Now go on and let us live. Mika then steps forward and gives Tam a hug, which he returns.
They won't get away with it. I promise.
I know they won't. Just remember your inner calm. As vile as your enemy is, you're better than them. Remember that.
I will.
And they part a second later.
One last thing. Vanala's wife, she's doing alright?
She is scraping by, but I don't know if, all right is the word I would use.
I want to help for him.
You can speak with her if you wish, but I think the best thing she can get right now is just time and space to mourn properly. She hasn't had much of a chance since the city sunk. She was catatonic for a while there. Just unable to process.
We'll find her.
She's not that far. She lives in one of the tents in the circle. Her husband was the captain of the guard. It was the least we could do for her. Laren points it out. If you want to talk to her, she's right over there. Just be gentle if you do. She's still not in a good place.
Thanks.
Right?
Be well. No. Ma'am.
Alright.
As we're leaving the tent, I turn to the others. I mean, I know it won't help, but some skill just to help her. Food, maybe a roof, something to
Hmm.
at least put her in a place where she can at least process better than a tent.
Yes, I think that's the best we can do. Not maybe much as you say, but it's the thought that counts.
But I was a friend.
Hmm. May he rest in peace.
So making your way to that tent?
Uh, how much are we thinking? I mean, we have like 19,000 left. No funds. Not that any of it really matters if we don't win the next few days. 5,000.
I say 1,000 would work.
5,000. It's a
Hmm?
plenty. 5,000. It's plenty. 4,000.
Yeah.
5,000.
Okay.
Any
Yeah, that'd
objections,
work.
Thanatos? Any?
No?
I've got none.
Me either. It's a nice gesture, in my opinion.
I feel like they're gonna need the money more than us anyway.
Indeed, they are.
All right.
All right. Let's go to heaven. Let's just be careful what we say, like Laren said.
Indeed.
All right. So you make your way over to the identified tent. And as you peer in, it's very much like all the others. There's like a couple candles set up on a little wooden table near the back. And as you're looking in, you see an old little kind of messed up sort of wooded frame bed off to one side. A few blankets and a makeshift mattress. A couple little makeshift little shelves in the back with a few odds and ends and items. As I said, sort of a table off to the right with a single chair, and sitting at said table, you see a Mithra woman who immediately you kind of get like a like it's not like a familial resemblance, of course, but there's just a certain vibe you get from the woman that immediately strikes you as resonant with Vanar. She has kind of tanned-ish a little skin. Her hair is sort of pulled back, and it looks like it would normally rest very flat, but it's kind of gotten a little messy at this point. Sort of loosely bound into sort of a ponytail behind her head. Has his sort of pale, icy blue eyes that have very visible rings under them as she's sitting at the table. She's dressed in nice-ish clothes, like the attire is sort of dark blue in color, and you get the impression that once upon a time it was very nice, but after all this time of not getting a chance to really thoroughly clean it with, usual high-quality things, it started to look a little ratty, a little tattered. Comfortable, but definitely well-worn. And you see sort of leaned up on the bed frame a old sword in a scabbard that you recognize as being a sword Vanar once had strapped to his hip.
I take it that wasn't the one he was using the day.
No, not on the day everything flooded. You get the impression he had more than one weapon he had access to. That was the one he used when you made your initial assault on Saran's compound way back when.
Took it with him when she left.
Indeed.
Excuse me.
She looks over at you.
Who are you?
I'm Nee. This is Thanatos, Alisa, Mika. Rocket's not there, is she, right now?
Mika is not with you now. Or Rocket's not with you, rather.
Yeah.
The woman's eyes land on Mika and shimmer with recognition.
Mika, Solon. Why are you here?
We were friends with Vanar. He set us on our way when all this started. Helped us, fought with us.
I remember.
He was at our side when we fought the seat.
I remember him telling me the story.
We got a scar. He thought you'd like it.
I did. Whatever you have to say, please, just say it, okay?
It's just,
Don't drag it out.
he was a good man, a friend, and we owe him, so. Takes a pouch of 5,000 gil and just puts it on the table. I know it probably means less than nothing, but take it. It's food, shelter, anything that might help, and it's the least we owe him.
She reaches out and very gingerly takes the bag and looks it over for a second.
I don't have a body, but maybe a proper funeral. He was supposed to be here.
I know.
When he got me on the ship, he said he'd be right back. He was going to get more people. He ran off into the city. But the water was rising too fast.
When we last saw him, we asked him to come with us.
He was saving as many people as he could.
At the time, you were still in the city and people were in the castle, and he refused to go.
He got me, put me on the ship, went to get more, and I never saw him again.
Or whatever it's worth, he was the true hero of Marasu. We'll remember him. I know you will.
You had better.
We'll, do as you will with the girl. Whatever you need, we'll otherwise leave you to your thoughts.
Just make sure the monster that did this to him pays for it.
That's where we're going. And that's why we're here.
Then go. Leave me to mourn and make sure his death wasn't for nothing.
You have our word.
Just go.
He isn't saying anything else, and it's just motioning the others to back out.
Mika lingers in the tent flap for a moment longer.
I'm sorry.
She walks out with you. Once you're a few steps away, you can faintly hear the woman inside starting to lightly sob.
I hate this war.
Me too. But rest assured, when this is all over, I will ensure, as long as she wants me to, make sure he will never be forgotten. Write stories of his heroics. Even if they go through 1 billion copies, the world will remember him. He, as you said, was the true hero, Omosu.
Kara speaks up a moment later.
It occurs to me that I don't even know her name. Any of you?
Then Mika speaks up.
Neela. Her name is Neela.
Neela.
Go
Add
on,
that
Neela.
to the book as well. The woman he loved and saved.
Already written down.
Come on then, let's spend some more time with your parents and the kids. And in the morning, we'll set off for the Loto. We'll meet up with hopefully Anatha and Omo, and then for all that we've lost and all that we can still save,
Fucking.
we'll get the bastard.
Oh, we definitely would.
And Kara speaks up at this point.
You know, at this point, for the longest of times, I was mostly invested in this because you all were, and you're all my friends. Seeing this. I don't even know these people, but now it feels personal.
Very.
That's the problem with adventuring. Where there's fun, there's sure to be wounds along the way. Deep
Okay.
ones. It's our job to heal them.
Your job, maybe, but I'm not much of a doctor.
The hand kind of rests on her whip.
No. I'm a punisher.
And she walks off.
Thanatos, you should be with her.
I admire her enthusiasm to end this, but make sure she doesn't get herself killed. We have lost enough already. We don't want another heartbreaking moment.
He puts her hands on Thanatos' shoulder. Go to her. I mean, I think you're the best man for that job. Thanatos?
Hades, you there?
Oh. Talk about bad timing.
Hades?
Oh, according to the... there you are.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
I see you went to get food a few minutes back. What all did you miss?
Ah,
I left when still talking with the widow.
right. So yeah, you gave her 5,000 gold, which has 14,000. Kyra got up there and walked off, and he was just putting a hand on Thanatos' shoulder, telling him to go to her.
Yeah. And for context for what Kairos said, Alistair said something about the fact that it's like the group's job to heal the wounds left by all of this, to which Kairos said she's not much of a doctor, she's a punisher, and then walked off.
Oh.
And now you have to comfort her and make sure she doesn't do anything reckless.
All right.
Go do boyfriend things.
He goes after her, I guess.
All right. It doesn't take you long to catch up. like, she's not walking super briskly. So you eventually catch up to her, and she's like come to a stop by the water's edge and is just looking out at the ocean.
Now, if you wanted an ocean view, you could have just asked.
I'm not in the mood for the snark right now, Thanatos.
That's about half my personality, so.
The vast majority of the time, I really like it, but not right now, okay?
He goes over and puts an arm around her. Alright, what's wrong?
Come on, you were there, you know.
Still feeling like you're not much help in this situation?
No, just... I said it a minute ago. I feel...
Okay.
Ever since, like, I joined up with you guys, I was mostly invested in everything that was going on. One, because, you know, world's in danger, and I live here. And two, because you are all invested. And you're my friends. I can't help but care what you care about. I guess some part of me hadn't really realized what the actual human cost was in all of this. I'd heard about Marasu, of course, but I didn't realize it looked like this.
She looks back at the tent city.
This probably isn't even a tenth of the people that used to live there. And the whole island's gone, and this is all that's left of them.
Mm-hmm.
And now basically everywhere all over the damn planet's under attack all at once.
Just out of character, just so I'm got this straight. She was with us in Anomo during the whole anima thing, right?
Yeah.
He's like, I mean, you were there in Anomo with that demon attack.
Yeah, but I don't know. I guess that felt different because, you know, the fighting had already started, you know? The race to save the world was already in motion. This,
She gestures at the camp.
is where it started. These people were the first real big victims in this whole shtick. First with that plague that made the rounds, and now this, and... I guess the gravity of the situation hadn't really fully hit me until just now. I knew it was bad, don't get me wrong. And on a conceptual level, I understood that a lot of people were probably going to die and the whole world's at stake. I know that. And I understand that. And I appreciate the gravity of it. But just because I can appreciate something doesn't mean I actually felt it yet. I don't know, maybe I'm just stupid and slow on the uptake.
Hey, he kind of flicks her on the ear. None of
Don't-
that.
Look, emotional shit's never really been my forte, okay?
Hey, you're talking to the guy who grew up on the streets and didn't know what really emotion was, other than just being a smartass.
She glances at your cloak.
Yeah, tell that to your dark side. The thing defines you, man, practically.
I mean, he's not exactly a bundle of emotion either. Mostly he just scowls at me. Even when he's in here, he kind of taps his head.
He is literally just your negative emotions made manifest. Pretty sure that counts. Point is, I don't know.
See, I grew up a lot around negativity, so I guess it didn't hit me as much. I was more just concerned of trying to keep as much people alive as possible. Heck, if it wasn't for me, Tam back there wouldn't have been alive. I jumped off a ship for him.
Nice.
Yeah. It can be overwhelming. I mean, the sinking Marasu hit a lot of us hard.
I bet.
And as we went down the crystals, it just kept getting worse. The Oasis being attacked while we were fighting off that weird water demon thing.
It's almost like every time the big threats rear their heads to keep you occupied, all the little people on the side start getting beat around by something else when you're not looking.
Because that's what cowards do.
Well,
She takes a deep breath.
not really much of a point in overly stressing myself out about it now. All we can really do is keep our minds clear and beat the shit out of that motherfucker when we get to him.
That's the spirit.
Then again, that's gonna be your guys' shtick. I'm gonna be doing who fucking knows what outside.
You're gonna be kicking ass and keeping all the demons off of ours.
Well, yeah, but I'm not gonna be kicking his ass, which between you and me is gonna be a lot less satisfying.
Well, I'll give him a kick in the ass on your behalf. How's that?
Give him 3 and we'll call it good.
I'll give him 4.
Overachiever.
And part of me wishes you could come with us.
I wish I could. But, well, you heard the big guys who did the forging. I go with you, I'm probably just gonna get dusted.
Yeah, I can't have that.
No one to call you a puppy if that happens.
She gives you a smirk.
I...
We'll get him.
We'll make sure of that.
Alright.
After all this is done, we deserve a nice long vacation.
Nice long vacation and just all of the fucking beer. All of it. We
All
will
of
drink Costa del Sol dry.
Hell, we'll drink all of Enland dry.
I don't know about that. My liver does have its limits.
Mine doesn't.
Wanna bet?
Do you really want to take that bet?
Do you?
It's like having a staring contest, the two of you.
Just the two of them, just see who will crack first.
Staring at. After a few seconds, Kyra just smirks and thumps you on the chest with the back of her fist.
Alright. That's enough of that. Let's get back to the others before they think we're being, like, emo or something. I don't know. Is that what the people call it these days?
She sort of saunters by you.
I'm a Dark Knight. I think it's kind of par for the course.
No, you're just edgy, not emo. There's a difference.
What about Caius?
I have no fucking idea what to make of that guy, honestly.
I mean, he's still me.
You hear Caius muttering in the back of your head. And I did spend several days guarding your unconscious body.
That's his version of, now listen here, you little shit.
Pretty much.
Now see here, you little shit.
Now
And
listen
you did
here, you
such
little
a-
shit.
And you did such a smashing job of it.
I did. Alright. So Kyra's heading back to rejoin the others.
As it's not just.
Alright. So yeah. Y'all link back up before long. Kyra looks to be in a bit better spirits as she's approaching.
Alright, so, what now?
I'm
I-
going to spend more time with the kids and then just mill about. Just maybe get to know my new in-laws a bit better. Takes Mika's hand. Just spend the day, you know?
Fair enough.
Tomorrow we set out for Loto.
Trying to make sure they don't catch you making out.
just
Mika tilts her head.
You know, do they even get the right to be annoyed by that since we're engaged now and they've given their full approval?
does their parents think they have the right to make it as embarrassing as possible?
Yeah, I was just about to
You know,
ask
I'm
you,
not
are you saying you're okay with your parents watching?
Well, no. But to be fair, I've also been snogged and snogged the shit out of Nee in front of all of you before.
We're not your parents.
No, you're worse. You're my best friends.
I mean, not to tease you about it, plenty, sure.
Right? I mean, Jesus,
Do
I
you
mean,
re-
I mean, son of a bitch, y'all remember those damn butterflies? On the Mughal Island? Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I remember Thanatos getting
Christ.
turned into an insect.
What?
I never look at a bloody butterfly the same way ever again.
Horrible
Indeed.
pilots, honestly.
Still love the fact that I just called them beautiful butterflies. It's a beautiful butterfly.
They are
All right.
beautiful but deadly.
I burn
Beautifully
them.
deadly. Perfect name for them.
I burn them dead.
Yes, you did.
You
Good
burn a
on
lot
you,
of
mate.
things dead, Thanatos.
Again, if it wasn't... But said if circumstances were different, Thanatos would have been Ifrits instead of Rocket.
See, what we do is we give you the verbal burns and use that scarring to manifest into physical fire. It works out.
Fire works all the time.
He's gonna snap and make a wisp of fire appear and just kind of flick it at me.
Oh no, I am so afraid. What will I ever do, Thanatos? Ah.
It's like,
Perfect response.
He just, as it's coming towards us, she just takes a thumb and one of her fingers, just deignites it.
It burns a little, but yeah, you're good.
That won't go through my armor.
Yeah, it only does like a d6 of fire damage. You're good.
Yeah, no.
it's just
Oh, good.
All right.
All right then, I'm gonna go find the kids again. Mika, you wanna come with and then we'll pop by your parents later?
Sure.
All right.
We'll meet up at some tavern or another. We'll find each other.
Okay. And so, for the purposes of expediency, unless there's anything else specific anyone else wants to do.
No, Nee. In terms of Nee, anyway, she's just spending the rest of the day with the kids and then Mika's parents and socializing.
Does anyone else have anything they wish to do on this day?
I don't
Nah,
believe
it's
so.
fine.
Morning. Did you sleep well?
I have a perfect pillow to hug. It's fine.
Mika's eyes
Of
kind of
course.
dart down for a second, and then she scrunches up her face.
Poke her in the cheek.
Do you have to fluff your pillow before you go to bed?
Thanatos, it is too early for me to be expending magic energy on casting silence on you.
But
And
not enough
that's-
energy for me to bonk him on the head with my staff.
Hey, at least I've earned my pillow. I see you're still earning yours.
Oof.
Oh, critical damage.
Okay, out of character, ow.
You see, here's the thing. The funny thing is that almost that same fucking joke was made back at near the end of session 10.
Thing is, he's actually in a approaching romantic relationship with Kyra, who's right there.
And speaking of which, Kyra's laughing.
Well, of course she is.
I mean, to be fair, it's still better than in a denial relationship, I gotta say.
Yes. Speaking of earning sleeping pillows, couple more days and you get to do a big grand confession and we will force you at arrow point.
Well, you won't have to worry about that. I've been writing a load of stuff down.
Kyra quirks a brow.
What, you gonna serenade this girl with a poem or something?
Yeah, I'm not sure she's the serenading type, more as the hit you really hard in the nuts because it's fun type.
1, a poem would not work. 2, I lack the sophisticated skills to write a poem.
It would be a lot of let's just says.
Ha 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 ha.
There'll be a lot of let's just says and a lot of best I cans and.
Well, let's just say it's not a poem.
He just said it!
Oh my god.
Kyra looks over at Thanatos.
So, do you like have some whiskey on you? Because I want to make a drinking game of this.
Oh,
He
I
just
would
pulls
not
out.
recommend it. You will
Yeah.
suffer from liver
He pulls out a
poisoning
full-
in.
If you make this a drinking game of whiskey, you're saving Diabolos the trouble.
Please, we need you alive for the final battle.
Oh,
We need everyone.
it's a few drinks between friends.
Look, because I
believe
got
we have-
persona and healing spells, there's only so much I could do.
Before we get to the living body pillows, we have... I believe we have other things to do, like Rocket, you want to go and see Anata and family, right? And that's,
That'd be better.
well, if that's where you want to go, I believe that's the next stop on this map here.
Real quickly, just because I have the memory of a fried dodo, was last session considered Mika's birthday or the day before? I just want to make sure so I can keep my calendar straight.
Mika's birthday was when we came, so that was yesterday. We're on the 24th now.
All right. Just want to make sure I have that shit straight.
We arrived in Vitae the day before Mika's birthday, but that's when she gave the presents and stuff because that's when she got.
Fair enough.
And the rest of the party don't know about it.
No, you know about it. You were there when gave her the present. Well,
Ah,
Laura was in another room, but you at least know about it then.
I see.
Either way. Yes, Loloto is the next stop on our list, right by the Black Chocobo Forest. So, full homecoming for you, Rocket. Again.
Yep.
Well then, to Odin, I guess.
I'm just gonna. Well, I'm just gonna say bye to the kids on the way out. Make sure that they know we're actually going and don't disappear on them, you know.
that's understandable, Need. Do what you must.
Aren't we gonna disappear on a lot of people?
I mean, I'm not gonna split off with you. You can just drop by them on the way to Odin. And not disappearing on them, Stampy. Got a
And one
soft
of
spot
these
for
days,
those
I am going to kill you for that nickname.
two. You can try.
No, you won't.
I mean, if there ever became a legitimate fight between us, I will point out that Sharp Shot would disintegrate you in there immediately.
Instead of settle this with violence, how about after all this you could settle this with another drinking contest or something?
Kyra's eyes light up.
Have
Oh,
a
I would
crowd.
pay to see that.
See? You definitely know how to get a crowd, the pair of you.
We've already had a contest, and I won.
Well,
But
you won
now-
the drinking contest, but I won the other true contest.
And be careful
Why?
about your high
you see
bridges,
Leyland?
mate. They will fall.
Look, we all know you're the stealth elf, not the thief elf. If you have to get me drunk in order to take my weapon, that door just goes to show you we never would have made it in Kurzatan.
Right, could someone roll an awareness check for me, please?
Okay. But I don't know why, I just had a thought in my mind that our character.
Why
15.
the awareness?
I got 15.
15? Okay, Neothil, you notice it immediately because Mika rolled a 9 on her stealth check. Mika is trying to walk away.
Mika runs after her.
Okay. Yeah, Mika just determined that she was done with that conversation and was moving on.
Hmm. I don't know why, if Nee had permission, challenge Thanatos for a second round, but this time it's in full freaking Bahamut form. Good luck beating a dragon at drinking.
Dragons don't drink.
Me and Mika are leaving.
I
right
mean,
now.
Yeah, but the idea what a dragon would do if he drank and then breathed fire. You don't
Kyra
have
raises
to
a hand.
stop.
Kyra raises a hand.
Fun fact, they can actually drink.
yeah, I
Kyra,
don't
you're
think
not.
why they wouldn't.
Kyra, you're not helping.
Well, I'm not trying to help.
She gives you a smirk.
You're just worried that you're not gonna fall flat on your face before the dragon, since the dragon's mightier. Sorry, but I'm betting all my money on the dragon winning against you.
Hey, hey, Kyra.
Hmm?
You ever use that fire breath of yours right after you drink?
Her eyes sort of go up and start darting back and forth like she's clearly in deep thought, and she's like,
If I ever did, I was so drunk that I don't remember doing it. Sounds like a bad
So-
idea, though. Let's not try it.
Yeah,
Aw,
let's not
but we
burn
have
down
perfect,
the tap.
but we have the perfect test dummy right here.
No, but you see, the problem is I don't want to light the inside of my esophagus on fire.
There.
Now, come on, the other girls are leaving.
Indeed. And excuse you, Mr. Edge Knight.
What?
If I am fried, then who, pray tell, is going to get you back up? Hmm?
Eh. Fair enough. We need our meat shield.
And White Mage, but let's go.
All
Still,
right.
we're gone at this point. We're a streak ahead or something.
yeah. Me and Mika have just fucking left. So
Let's catch up with them.
yeah, you spend a couple minutes and you quickly catch up to the group, and you're stopping by Maurice and Leyland on the way.
Mm-hmm. Might as well
Okay.
say goodbye to them.
Yeah, you find them in like the little tent that Laren and Tam told you they set aside for the duo as you're making your way. So as you're passing, you look over and you can see that Maurice is up at this hour, though it looks like Leyland is still, in bed. Maurice is just sort of just standing out in front of the of their little tent, just sort of seeming to just be enjoying or trying to enjoy the morning air as best she can, considering the blackened skies overhead and the occasional distant thumps and distorted warbling growls of Leviathan fighting off aquatic demons that keep trying to encroach on the city. There's this constant, distant thumping ambience that's very unsettling to hear, but easy enough to ignore once you've heard it for a couple hours. But in the silence around the camp, it can start to creep back in if nothing's going on.
Reese,
Hey,
your sister still asleep?
yeah, she did a lot of running around yesterday and was quite pooped after all the shooting she did.
Yeah, I suppose it did tire her out a little. Tiny bit. Teensy bit.
A fair bit. But her aim's getting better.
It is. Maybe next time she'll actually hit the demon and won't lie about it, the little gremlin.
I just had a heart attack moment. My audio just glitched out. My signal went down for a moment.
Cool.
Excuse Alistair, he's weird. Anyway.
Oh no, out of character. Out of character.
No shit.
So, are you all,
We're heading.
you
We're heading
out?
out.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
Goodbye to say see you later, but well, I won't wake Leyland. She
It's
and
not-
the
it's-
rest.
yeah, it's alright. She'll understand.
Tell her we stopped by, yeah?
Of course.
And we're heading to Loto next to Nomo, and then stopping by the big final battle to, punch a demon in the face. Usual Mondays. When it's done, we'll be back.
I'm looking forward to it.
Take care, Marisi.
I'm the one who should be saying that to you. We're already taken care of here. You made sure of that.
Well, I don't know what it's like to be the older sister. Youngest through and through.
She kind of claps you on the shoulder.
On the shoulder, like she's a kid. How?
Well,
Foolishly.
Marisi's like, she's always been like a. When you first met her, she was like in her early teens. So like she's gained a few inches over the course of this year. She's taller than she was. Like Leyland was always the really small one.
Wow, just realized how much you've grown.
Getting a proper diet will do that.
Be safe.
You too.
Alright. I think Odin is tired of waiting on a beach. Let's go.
All right. So with that, you make your way back out onto the beach where you had left Odin previously. And like all the previous times as you're approaching, you see more remnants and signs that he's created more sentinels to help in the city's defense. Little patches of sand and dirt and stone that have been cleared out, leaving these little hollows that have been partially filled in by ocean water coming in. So there's just like puddles surrounding Odin where he's kind of stood in the middle of the circle of pits.
So, is there a limit on the amount of those you can do? Because you've been doing that a lot.
It's draining slightly for each one I make, but though they are durable, they are simple to create. And as they don't have any intense intelligence, the amount of energy I have to expend in giving them instructions is minimal. Their sole function is to stay near the city they are created by and destroy any demons that draw near. That's it.
Handy.
They are sentinels, nothing more. More complicated matters I leave to better equipped individuals.
We're done here. Our next location, penultimate before we join the front lines, is the city of Loloto in Lapinia.
Loloto. That's the one that almost looks like coiling roots, isn't it?
It's a big trade city.
Right. Very well then. He stabs Zantetskin into the ground once again. Get close. As the group huddles around him, there's a brief pause before once again the familiar beam of light and sensation of displacement washes over the group. You're pulled and shunted away from Lyricide, and after a couple seconds, the light fades, and you sort of come back out of it into the open grassland. I'd say about 30 minutes walk south of the city of Loloto. You can barely see the kind of vaguely darkish skyline against the amber sky from here, but you can just make out the signs of light from within, and if you will give me a second to double-check something. And as you're coming out, you do not actually see any signs of conflict.
And you're
appears
not
as-
playing answers, so that's great.
Yep. So yeah, you don't see any firelight, or at least uncontrolled firelight. Any firelight you do see looks to be what you would expect to provide illumination. You don't see any billowing clouds of smoke to obscure the stars overhead. It looks, I want to say peaceful, but that's not quite the right word given the sky overhead, but it looks undisturbed.
War hasn't quite reached this far north.
It won't take long, of that you can be certain.
The Amber Coast is to the south of here, southeast.
Go on. I'll tend to matters here.
Same deal, we'll be back tomorrow morning for the trip to Anomo.
I look forward to it. Odin taps his sword on the ground. A new seat of stone pops up, and he sits down and begins the process of creating even more sentinels.
All right, Rocket. This one's you.
Okay.
All right.
Let's go find him.
All right. So, with that in mind, you gather your wits and you make your way for the city. It's only about a 30-minute walk, as I said. As you're drawing close, there's a certain twisted sensation of nostalgia that comes over you. Last time you were in this city was almost a year ago. And you remember doing some small little side quests here last time you were here. But that was a long time ago now. And the city has a very different aura over it as you're drawing close. And as you're approaching the eastern gate, you can see that the gates are closed and there are guards positioned outside. A couple of Tarafel individuals dressed in the sort of hybridization of metallic armor and flowing robes as you're drawing close. And let me just roll something for myself real quick.
I wonder if the guy who tried to buy Rocket's still there.
Well, you're on the wrong gate for that. But at this roll, but I just did a roll for myself, and as you're approaching, one of the guards, the one on the right, looks to be a male Tarufel, sort of his eyes sort of widen up a bit, and he looks over at his friend. Hey, I recognize these blokes. And the other one looks over. You do? Yeah, you don't really forget it. Walking Magitech bird. And the first Tarfel sort of comes waddling up to your group as you're approaching. That being said, hold there. City's closed on account of the crisis. What's your business?
I'm here to see a friend. Cat, seriously.
Hello, kitty.
What would I say? I'm here to see a friend.
It's like, I'm your friend. Blink, 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 fluttering eyelashes. Feed me. That's what friends do, right?
Now I want to picture a Rocket with a cat.
That is adorable.
hey, if you got money, commission someone.
Right now, I have no money.
Oh, no. Well, anyway.
Until Thursday. But yes.
Okay, so, the guard tilts his head. Is he here to see a friend? Who's the friend, if I might ask?
His name's Enata, right?
Inata, yeah. Inata.
Yeah. Enata.
Inata. Don't think I've heard of that one, but there are a lot of people in this city.
He would be, I believe, a minor now. Correct? DM?
Yeah. As you recall, when last you spoke with him, he had taken up working in the mines of Loloto because, his whole merchant business had been completely destroyed with his wagon and the death of the other chocobo he had and his separation from you. So once they got back here just to make ends meet, he took up manual labor to make coin. But that was about a year ago, so you don't know. He might have made some progress since then. Who knows?
Yeah, he'd be a minor now. By the way, have you guys seen a lot of attacks like other places have?
We haven't, no. The guard you're talking to glances to the south. That being said, there are some troubling rumors. Some people that are saying that Tenori's under attack. There have been reports from some of our scouts on airships that there have been plumes of smoke coming from Puktha and Dali down south.
A lot of places have been under demon attack.
I feel bad for the demons who attack Puktha.
Yeah. I helped clean up a little bit, but it's still a lot for everyone to handle.
Yeah. Well. Go ahead and make for me a negotiation check if you'd be so kind, Rocket.
Okay. One sec, let me actually look up what my negotiation is. gonna copy pasta and put that down so I don't have to type it again. No, I don't want it there. Why did it put it there?
I don't know.
There we go. Now I can copy pasta it.
Are you making like Roll20 macros or something?
No, it's a dice sheet. I can basically just copy pasta what's on the dice sheet, and it saves me having to type it up.
Fair enough. $11. Okay. The two guards look at each other for a second before the first one shrugs.
Yeah, well, last time these people were here, they didn't cause any trouble. I say let him in. Alright, if you say so.
Thank you.
The guard puts a finger up to his ear, mutters something, lowers his ear, or lowers his hand, and a couple seconds later, the gate swings open, and you are allowed to enter the city.
Lalas welcome thee.
The potato people welcome you. Give us your shins. All visitors to the city must pay the shin tax.
Oh shit.
They're just all Totaro. They're all Totaro in there.
Okay, let's go in before we spend like 30 minutes laughing at this.
Okay. So yeah, with that, you step into the city, and it's, aside from the dark lighting, about as you remember. You can even see that there are some people out on the streets going about their business, though there is definitely a very anxious and subdued atmosphere, as with everywhere you've gone. Like, as people are going through the streets, they're constantly, like, glancing up at the sky, and there is a very, very noticeably increased guard presence out on the streets as well, with larger patrols, more people at street corners to keep an eye on things. It's clear that they're keeping a very, very close eye on the situation. And also, of course, trying to make sure that the population doesn't start breaking out into panics or riots or anything of that sort under this heretofore unseen crisis above. But that being said, the city is yours. How do you proceed?
Well, I believe they're taking this seriously, for one.
The red sky is hard to miss.
Indeed, it isn't. Well, it isn't hard to miss.
I got you.
Well, you get what I'm saying.
We understand. You look up, there it is. You don't need to make an awareness check to realize something's gone wrong.
No one's going to be going up to us with air quotes going, ah yes, Reapers.
Ah yes, demons. Amber. We have dismissed those claims. Bitch.
Hey, you little shits.
Bitch, tilt your head back 90 degrees.
Oh, it's just a little
Still aren't
cloudy.
demons.
Well, I'm glad they've been preparing at least. Let's go find my friend.
All right. So,
we
it
can
is
walk
worth...
around.
So, again, as a reminder, it has been a year, almost, since you were last in this city. And last time you were here, you met Inada at an inn and tavern. But it has been a long time since you were here last, so how do you proceed?
Maybe let's start
Well-
with the inn and tavern we met in the first time, and from there we could ask around, I guess. Unless you have a better idea. Rocket?
I mean, we could do an inquiry check, I guess.
Yeah,
Or
that would be...
make an inquiry check.
Yeah, an inquiry check would be a check to make if you want to roll it.
Just all ask around.
For sure, I don't have any inquiry.
Neither do I. My speech skill is in negotiation.
I have none.
We're gonna roll anyway.
No.
Just Kyra.
Same
No.
rules before.
Ah! I don't know shit. I could not know. I could not be doing this worse.
Did you roll Did you roll a critical fail?
Yes.
Okay. So,
That one. Let's go.
okay, so,
Background fitness.
so, like, as you're asking around, like, Neothil, thanks to that, like, crit fail you got, as you're, like, sort of going around from, little establishment to establishment from end to end, just, like, trying to just ask around and get a read on where Inada might have gone, as you're going, as you're sort of going into one of the taverns to, like, ask the barkeep or anyone you can think of, really, at one point you, like, trip and just face plant into the bar and just crumple to the floor beneath. You're just, like, walking and it's like, hey, excuse me, boom, just bonk your forehead and fall out of sight.
I
Amazing.
thought elves were supposed to be graceful.
Thanatos, another word, and you'll join me down here and stay.
So like, Neothil takes a d6 of damage from that, but other than that,
I'm never unmitigated.
unmitigated because it hit you in the face where you don't have any armor, so you take 4 points of unmitigated damage.
This is just
Ow.
insulting in many ways.
Anyway,
But outside of that little disaster,
Kyra actually has inquiry, so I'm gonna have her roll.
well, you don't need to. Rocket succeeded.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
it
So-
was ass anyway.
Yeah. But anyway, so it takes you a little while. Like, you have to spend, like, a couple hours asking around, tracking down leads and poking at various individuals, but after a while, you're eventually able to sort of narrow down that in the year since last time you were here, this Inada has apparently managed to save up enough gil to start renting out an apartment space for him and his wife, sort of in the lower income regions of the city. Like, he's still saving up from what you've heard. He could theoretically afford to get a nicer place now, considering the income he's getting, because he's apparently surprisingly good at being a miner, but he's still, like, saving up to make sure he has a nice big cushion. But it takes you a little while, but you're eventually given directions to this apartment complex. It's like sort of right on the waterfront, sort of overlooking the river that goes flowing through from the mountains to the west. And you can see as you're coming in that it's a modest 2-story affair with about 3 doors heading into little apartment suites per floor, and a little staircase on the left-hand side on the front that connects the two floors. And you were told that it was the middle door on the second floor.
We'll wait out here if you
Right.
want. Will you go up?
I mean, you're welcome to come along.
Up to you.
Has he met you guys? I think he might have.
Yeah, he did. He was introduced to y'all when you last passed through. You like talked to him in the common room for a couple hours, then your friends came down a bit later because they woke up, and you had some introductions go around.
Okay. So it don't really matter. You can come if you want.
You can come. And it'll be nice to see the surprise on his face when he sees that you're basically on fire perpetually.
I mean, yeah, that is an important thing to remember. You're basically a constant source of light at this point.
Oh yeah.
Rocket just inherently has the glowing property now.
Burb of light.
Wait, is this place made of wood?
It is made of wood, but you're not literally on fire. You just kind of flutter and flicker as if you were. And you're warmer to the touch, but like you aren't like leaving scorch marks everywhere you go.
So we don't need to go get a bucket?
You don't need to go get a bucket now.
The bucket required.
Darn.
Okay, let's go.
All right. So you make your way up to the door in whatever fashion you fancy. And I assume just give it a couple little knocks.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Like, tap your beak against it a few times. It's a very woodpeckery sound. a few moments pass, you can hear some shuffling around inside before the door swings open, and you look down and you see, sure enough, the familiar short form of Inada looking back up at you.
Inada!
It's as you speak that his eyes widen and the realization of recognition enters his eyes. And Rocket?
Yep, it's me.
You look different. Hi!
Well, I've been through a lot. Nice to see you again, old friend.
Yeah, you too. He jumps up and like gives you a little hug around the neck like last time.
I hug him back.
All right. It's a nice, tender little moment. After a second, he drops down. So good to see you again.
Good to see you too. Things have gotten crazy as of late, it looks like.
Yeah, no kidding. He looks past you up at the sky. Well, city's on high alert. Rumors are rampant that demons are attacking basically freaking everywhere.
It's true. Everywhere we've been, just about there's been some sort of demon attack, or it's been fended off, or some place has been wrecked. And if that's it, if that sky is any indication, this is just the beginning.
Oh, great. He glances past you. Oh, you brought your friends.
I sure did.
Would you all like to come in?
If it's not
Sure.
too much trouble.
It'll be a little cramped, but it won't be any trouble at all. Any friend of Rocket's is a friend of mine. And then he steps aside to let you all in and shouts out deeper into the apartment. Larita, we got guests. Rocket's here.
Hey, Larita.
Yep. So it's worth noting, Rocket here is the only one who's actually met Larita as she sort of comes around a corner a little deeper in. And it's a Tarafel woman, of course. And as you see her, she's got this kind of very kind and demure sort of outward appearance. Like, she looks like she should be soft-spoken and gentle in all things, but even just a cursory glance, you can tell that there's a sort of underlying ruggedness. Like, this is a woman who has definitely had her hands in a lot of things and is not a stranger to hard work. Like, just right out the gate, you can tell this is a woman with a lot of skill under her belt. Maybe not in merchandise, but in other things. And as she steps around, there's this big smile on her face. She comes rushing forward, jumps up, and also gives you a hug, Rocket.
I hug her back. Good to see you again.
And she drops down and proceeds to smack you on the neck.
Ow.
That's for not coming to see me last time you were here.
She pouts.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I can't be mad at you. Never could.
It's
Not with
good
that
to see
cute
you.
little voice.
Thanks.
And then
Good
she
to see you again. A lot's happened since we last saw each other.
Yeah. Hinata told me a little bit about it when he came back from the tavern that day. And I was irritated that you went and ran off without saying hi.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I understand you were busy with things.
Yeah, things have gotten a little crazy as of late. A lot's happened. And if you see that sky outside, that's only an indicator that it's about to get worse.
Well,
then sort of looks past you at everyone else.
I don't believe I've met any of you.
Hi, sorry. Ni, Alisa, Kyra, Thanatos, Mika. We're Rocket's friends. We've been traveling together for a long time.
Pleasure to meet you. I'm Larita. I'm Inada's wife and the absolute brains of the operation.
Hey! Loretta just gives him a grin.
Oh, come on, you know it's true. I'm usually the one doing all of the haggling. Yes, and who accidentally got us in debt? That was one time. I was still starting. If you say so.
She pats him on the cheek.
Make yourselves comfortable. I'll put some tea on.
And she goes walking off, and Anada's just blushing and growling, just
In front of everyone, really?
And Mika looks sideways at Uni.
So is that going to be us in a while or something? Just like both.
I feel like I'm going to be an Asa.
Well, yeah, but well, I mean, yeah, but
Oh, you're not even disputing it. Thanks.
Look, Nate, we all know who's the brains of your outfit.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mika, she likes books.
Pretty much.
Yep.
And I love
You're
Mika,
not
so
the
in proxy,
genius.
I love
Look at that.
books because Mika is the big book.
okay, that put mental images in my head that I really don't want to think about right now.
Anada just shakes his head.
All right, come on, get comfy.
And he brings you over to this little seating area off to the side, off on the right. A little, look like a little square coffee table with some seats around it. There aren't quite enough chairs to accommodate this many people. There are about 4 chairs in total, and Inada takes one of them.
So they're like Tarafel-sized chairs.
I mean, they can accommodate, the larger folk. They have Tarvel in mind, but they are also inclusive that, like, sometimes you might have bigger people here, so you can comfortably sit in them if you don't mind sort of, like, squatty pottying your knees up a little bit. So yeah,
Squatty potty.
I have one of those.
I do too.
Squatty potting your knees.
It's in, like, sort of like tucking your knees up a little bit.
You know, like when you're sitting in a daycare chair.
I've not sat in a daycare chair, so I'll take your word for it.
I still reiterate. On your knees.
What?
I mean, Rocket doesn't exactly fit in most chairs, so.
I mean, is there more than one knee now?
Okay, we're moving on from that.
I didn't even hear what you said.
Good, it wasn't worth it.
I heard a bit of it.
It's been a while since I've been able to make a knee joke.
Well, try harder, man, because that was just sad.
I didn't even hear it, but
Yeah, that was a
anyway.
little bit sad.
Okay, so
I only heard like half of it, so I guess it wasn't that great.
it wasn't. So, a couple minutes passed before Loretta comes back with some fresh tea already nice and done up and starts passing out cups, and you may start discussing whatever you see fit.
Alright, well, I'm gonna update them on what exactly has gone on since we last met.
Okay? And it's a lot. There's been a lot of shit that's happened. So you go over like the things that you did after you left Loloto for the first time in kind of general detail, heading into Animo, learning about all the issues down in Dali and Puktha that Nee needed to deal with to meet up with Kelgor, how that incident led to your threads of fate sort of weaving even tighter together as you learned about Devia Corp and the Vinaldi's connections to one another. How that led you back to Linsalim, how you eventually got back at Devia Corp for it, and everything that's just gone on from there. Kurzatan, Galrion, the spider incident, and Violia that we don't talk about. And just everything else.
I just talked about.
Yeah, just everything else. It's a long story that you spend quite a while going over. And as you're going, there's definitely a wide assortment of reactions from your old friends as they're listening. Like, Loretta and Inada definitely sort of chuckle at a lot of the more funny hijinks you briefly go over, but the more you tell them, the more they just look to be in awe of the things that you've been involved with and the things you've done. Like, they're clearly relieved that Devia Corp was finally, destroyed and gotten rid of, but the revelations that came about from that, from Saran, then known as Murthan's involvement, to what happened with Lazarus and that repetition of his demise. That was shocking for them to hear. And as things get increasingly grim with the increasingly bad situation with the crystals coming under fire and you splitting away from the others to go on adventures with Odin and Ixion, there's this palpable aura of growing sort of dread and tension in their faces as the full extent of what is actually happening starts to settle over their minds. And as you finish telling the tale, they sort of look at each other for a few seconds.
Well, that's a lot.
Sure is. And it's leading to something bigger, but hopefully, with our preparations, we'll be able to take care of it and do what we can to make things right. And stop Diabolos from rewriting the world.
That'd be ideal. I'm not exactly fond of the idea of being rewritten.
Nor am I. And my friends and I just won't stand for it. We've got a lot here we care about.
Yeah, I can tell.
Then Lorita kind of speaks up.
And it's great that you do. I remember when we first found you on the side of that river, back in Lunsalem. You barely knew anything about the world back then. And everything you did have had just been taken from you pretty much.
Yeah, I was practically a child then. Well, always did kind of have the mind of a child to begin with.
But you've definitely grown and matured quite a lot since then. I mean, look at you. You've got these friends, and just the way you're talking is so much more mature than it was. And now you're going on to fight the literal god of darkness. I can barely wrap my head around it.
Yeah, imagine how we feel.
I don't think I could, even if I tried.
Yeah.
I wasn't there.
But we've been going around to our family and friends and meeting with them one last time before we go to face the big one.
Hey now.
Inada leans forward a little bit.
Don't go saying one last time. That's the kind of thing you say before you up and die on someone. And that ain't happening. Right?
Right.
Right.
No, we're not planning on dying. And I plan on bringing Phoenix back.
Well.
As a matter of fact. World's
I'm
gonna need her.
not really qualified to comment on that, but I hope you succeed all the same.
I want to not only for the world, but for her family who misses her.
Well,
Lorita speaks up.
speaking of families who miss each other, one moment.
She sort of gets up and walks out of the room for a second. And a moment later, she comes back and she's got a little hand box in her hand, like a little jewelry box. And she comes up to you and sort of holds it out.
Last time you were here, when Anada told me you passed through, I started working on something in case you came back.
Oh?
It's kind of been collecting dust on my end table since then, because you took your sweet time, but here it
Sorry
is.
about that.
It's all right.
And she pops it open, and you see, on the inside, I don't want to say mastercraft, but it is definitely a lovingly crafted, what looks to be pendant or necklace on sort of a goldish, shiny chain, on the end of which is this medallion that bears it It's shaped in the silhouette of a chocobo head with a large wing sort of fanning out behind it.
Oh, it's pretty.
In kind of bronzes and coppers and golds, giving it this sort of almost monetary fire sort of look.
It's pretty.
It is, yeah. I spent months figuring out how to make it, and had to pay a lot of money to get the lessons.
You made this? That's impressive.
I've dabbled in a lot of things while Anata was off haggling. It's not a masterwork by any means, but I'm proud of it all the same.
And she kind of,
Beautiful.
and she pulls it out of the box, unclasps the chain, and sort of binds it around your neck, and it's like a perfect fit. Or near enough, at least. So,
Thank you.
You're welcome.
so,
What's this called, by the way, so I can put it on my sheet?
it's just a, it doesn't have any stats. Like, this would count as a tier 0 accessory. It's just there for appearances. It doesn't have any magical properties, so... But in your inventory, you can write it down as a, you can write it down as a chocobo pendant. Or a chocobo wing pendant, whichever you prefer.
Okay.
All right. Lorita smiles as you sort of get it comfortable.
Does it fit right?
Yeah, it fits perfect.
Glad to hear it. I've hugged that neck of yours enough times that I think I know how wide it is.
Yeah, looks like you got a pretty good idea. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You come back alive and I might just make more for you.
And then she glances over at Anata.
Who knows? If you manage to pull this off, you'll become famous worldwide heroes. And then maybe we could sell some of these and make ourselves an actually decent living again. Let's not go turning sentiment into money just yet, shall we? Just a thought. I know.
You never know. It's good to be optimistic.
No.
So, how long are you going to be in town?
Well, we're starting to get a little low on time as it is. Probably, DM. What do you think?
I'm pretty sure
We've
we
typically
were
been-
here a day.
Yeah, we typically stayed overnight at all these various pit stops, so until tomorrow morning.
Yeah, till tomorrow morning.
All right. Well, I would offer to let you all stay the night here, but we don't have the space for it, unfortunately. But,
We'll stay at the same inn where we met last time, I think.
fair enough.
Yeah.
It's not even that far. And, in the morning, before you leave, come on back and, maybe we'll see if we can throw you a nice breakfast.
Okay.
It's a little thing to see off.
Make sure to get plenty of glacial pickles.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that may be a chocobo food, but, like, we've been learning how to make salads with it, and you'd be surprised how fun it can get to work with that stuff if you really work it right. It's kind of tricky, though. Really hard to kind of get rid of the... Like, it's kind of bitter to non-chocobo tongues, but, like, you work it right, mix it with the right spices and oils and whatnot, and you can make something really nice.
It sounds like it.
Yeah, like if you stuff a few slices of geisho pickles into like a roast turkey, it has a really interesting flavor to it. Let me just tell you that right now.
Oh. Never thought of it like that.
Well, you don't eat turkey, so
I don't eat turkey, but I did eat a bug once.
how's that?
It was kind of gross.
Yeah, I bet.
I ate a bug once. I didn't like it. They're fucking gross, mate. All right. Is there anything else in particular you wish to discuss with Anata? Any other questions or things you want to bring up?
Well, we've already laid on pretty thick the reality of the situation,
Mm-hmm.
like we did with the former.
Mm-hmm.
And explain that it's about to get a lot more chaotic. So.
Yeah, well. It's up to you. You can just bring up something else to chat about, or we can start sort of glossing over the remainder of the day. Your call.
Yeah, but there is like one little addendum towards the end of the day I want to do.
Okay, sure. So you spend the next sort of few hours just hanging out with these two and chatting and getting caught up and learning more about the work they've been doing since last you were here. Inada is still working in the mines. He clarifies that, but he, on more than one occasion, pointed out little points of inefficiency in the management of the mining operations, little managerial hiccups or problems that he had spied, sort of his own works as like a traveling merchant sort of kicking in as he noticed logistical flaws. And while he is still sort of doing a lot of the manual labor part of hitting rocks with a hammer to get rich minerals and whatnot, his insights have earned him a lot more respect among the various guilds in the city, which has in turn earned him not only increased pay, but he is on occasion being called in for more financial advice from some merchants who are, selling the things he hits. So he's not back to being a merchant himself, but his experience has definitely earned him more of a role in the city's commerce that is helping him get more money flowing and getting more contacts that maybe he can someday use to get his own business back up and running again. It's slow going, but it is going. And as for Larita, oftentimes, Inada will bring back little scraps of mineral or metal or gem that he finds in the mines down below, little bits that on their own wouldn't necessarily be worth adding to the piles or wouldn't really constitute much on their own. And he brings them to her, and she starts working on them with some skills she's picked up, the same ones that she used to make that necklace for you, making just little trinkets and little curiosity style bits of accessories, kind of scrappy necklaces and rings, things that have a sort of rustic charm. And has been selling those to make some extra gil on the side while she does her own work as a jeweler's assistant. So
Nice.
So they're spending a while telling you a few stories about their work there, and they seem to be getting on all right. But after a while, it starts getting on towards evening after a while of talking and a little lunch break, and the thing you want to address, you may do so.
Okay, well, I was actually meaning to talk to somebody in private about this,
Oh, okay.
but might have to go off to do that.
We'll let you. We're not going to stop you.
Thanatos, you work. You've done it before.
What?
Can I talk to you in private for a minute?
Sure.
Okay. We go off somewhere private.
Okay, so we'll say that you walk out of the apartment and walk down to look at the river over the railing not far away. So you're not far,
Okay.
but you're far enough away that people can't look at you from a distance and eavesdrop.
I kind of stare out for a minute and I'm like, hey, do you ever think that maybe you just won't come back?
I thought about that a lot.
Well,
That's why we're trying our best not to have that happen.
for about half a year now, before I met with the kids, I'd been thinking that perhaps it might be necessary for me to pay the ultimate price to bring Phoenix back. I'd been entertaining that idea for quite some time, that I didn't really have a future. But talking to those kids really made me think. And I want to come back. Maybe I'm not ready to die.
I don't think anybody's ever really ready to die, Rocket.
Yeah. Here I was thinking, oh, it's okay, I'm a bird, ain't nobody gonna mind.
Hey, none of that. You're not just a bird.
I know. Of all the people in the party, I was the most expendable. At least I thought so anyway.
Expendable. Rocket, you've got us through so many things.
I know.
Heck, we wouldn't have made it in our first encounter with Saran without you.
I also know. Still, just thinking, asking myself if the world would really need me after this is all over, you know? And I always came back to one answer before I talked to those kids. And that answer was not really. But they kind of changed my mind, you know?
Do you really think you weren't worth coming back?
Well, it wasn't that, it's just... What purpose would I have? I'm a
Whatever
robot
you want.
chocobo, for crying out loud. Like, I'm not even supposed to be alive to begin with.
Rocket, your whole life you were taken from your home, experimented on, thrown into the world with nary a whole lot of thought.
Yeah,
Look how far you've come now.
I know. But I've been wondering about my purpose for the longest time after this is all over. Like, would I really have a purpose after this is all over? I want to go back to those kids.
Just ask
It's like
yourself
I got
this,
a
Rocket.
family now.
You've
Well,
always had a family.
true. Kind of a little flock of our own, aren't we?
Yeah?
If anything, I thought maybe if I'd survived, I'd be Phoenix's acolyte. But got a family to go back to now. Granted, I don't know what kind of job or work I'll do, but it's something.
There's always something in the world that's going to need you kicking the nuts.
Yeah. And another question I have is, what's gonna become of our party once this is all over with?
Wherever we want to go.
Hmm.
No more destiny clawing at us. No more gods telling us what to do.
I actually don't mind helping out the gods that much as long as they've got good intentions.
Well, I mean more of the dark one that's trying to change everything.
Oh, yeah, that bastard.
Yeah, he's the one who really needs a kick. I don't know if he has any nuts, though.
Yeah, and there's also the matter of his quotation subordinate, who, if I'm being honest, I suspect isn't really on his side.
Yeah, we've all been thinking that.
Yeah, and probably has a plan of his own.
He's still a bastard.
He's probably the one we're going to need to take down before Diabolos, if I'm being honest, but I'm not entirely sure if that's the case. Like, I'm still wondering about that. Like, I know he very much doesn't like us, but I suspect he doesn't really like Diabolos either.
Starting to wonder if he likes anything.
One of those people, one of those old guys who hates everything. Always,
Or just-
always grumpy.
Our guy has been dealt such a bad hand, he just doesn't care anymore.
Yeah.
That puts the mental image in my head of Saran going, "Damn kids, get off my lawn." I'm sorry, go on.
I suspect he's got a few plans of his own. Possibly turning the power Diablo seeks against him.
Possibly.
Of course, that could work for us or against us. Probably more likely against us.
That's playing with fire, though.
There's a pretty good likelihood that he's going to double-cross Diabolos. And Diabolos won't like that and will probably retaliate in turn.
Is that good or bad? For us, anyway.
That matter is still up in the air. We shall see. I've suspected for the longest time now that he wasn't exactly on Diabolos' side.
Yeah, while you were gone, all he did kind of gave us that opinion. Throwing minions at us that we struck down, he didn't really much care about it.
Yeah, something's definitely going on there.
And he's so powerful, he could have gone after the crystals himself. And he made fiends do it.
Yeah. We should keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
You think he knows we know? I think he knows we know.
Yeah, probably. He always tended to know what we knew.
We'll see how badly it backfires on him, or vice versa.
Either way, it's going to be a hell of a fight through that tower.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Why do you think we've been preparing all this time?
Yeah, the god gear and all the allies who's going to push their way to make our little path.
Yeah. And hopefully we'll be able to bring Phoenix back and heal the world from the damage that's been done.
Hey, if anybody can do it, it's the fiery bird chosen by Ifrit himself.
Mm-hmm. Well, hopefully I won't have to give up my destiny to do it, too. Well, I can give destiny points.
Lots of times, I'm sure. For that
But
role.
the destiny
All of
that
them.
keeps me alive, hopefully I won't have to give that up.
We'll all
I've
come
got
back
something
from
to
this.
live for.
We'll all come back from this rocket.
Yeah. Well, shall we catch back up with the others?
Yeah. Kind of gives her a
Thanks for
pat on the head.
Alright. Thanks for discussing this with me.
No problem. You
And
know, we really...
I'm sure, like, anyone else I would have talked to probably would have gotten mad over the subject. Like, I know Mika and me probably would have definitely had a problem with feeling, you know.
Hey, that's me, Mr. Understandable.
Mr. Understandable who can't find a rope.
You know, one of these days you guys are going to forget about it, and I'm going to be so relieved.
Never,
Yeah,
never.
not like you, never.
Oh, my God.
Alright, let's catch back up with the others and turn in for the day.
All right. And just because that was a very nice scene, I'm going to go ahead and give Rocket a point of destiny for that.
Okay.
Something else to throw at the Phoenix resurrection roll.
Or just another spamming of the limit break.
Or just like you could just yeet another like 15 points of destiny into a single negotiation check.
It was hilarious. You were so mad that
I'm still
went
kind of
around
offended that
the
you.
internet.
I'm still kind of offended about that, to be honest. Just skipped an entire fucking boss fight that I spent so long working on as like a taste of what the final boss would be like, and you just fucking skipped it.
It was
Yeah,
amazing.
it's not opening my character sheet, so I can.
Potato. Fucking Jesus Christ! You'll be up to 27 Destiny at this point, anyway.
I have to close it and reopen it.
Yeah. Yeah, but
He's collecting the destiny points to reveal her actual destiny.
At any rate, so you make your way back to the others, and with that, you go through whatever remains of the day before bunking down for the night, or so ever you wish. You can do so free of charge pretty much anywhere because Neothil is fucking broken.
That was a level 2 ability.
The knee is broken.
Yeah.
Please fix.
Neo's OP, please nerf. I like how this has become a running joke in this damn game.
No, I love how knee is basically the breaking point for where if we ever have a ranger again, or if you ever deal with a ranger again in this kind of campaign, you're going to be nerfing the crap out of them.
I mean, really, it's just sharp shot. It's just sharp shot.
Which we discovered in the beginning of my arc. Just randomly, like, why wasn't I using this before?
I'm about to say, think of all the things you could have just one shot.
Why haven't I been using the? You know, I honestly, I'm pretty sure I remember why you had it written down the way you did on your character sheet at the time, because I looked at what Sharp Shot did initially and was like, that seems a bit high. Let's knock that down a bit. And then I forgot that I did that. And then we decided to go with rules as written, and suddenly you were doing hundreds of points of damage with a single shot. And I was like, what the fuck?
Remember when she hit the damage cap at like level 12 against Scotland Mill?
Did anyone get the number on that bitch? Yes, I remember.
Yeah.
You shot
like,
him through him.
have you said, like, in future campaigns, Sharp's just going to be reduced from dex times double level to just dex times level?
Yeah. Still an impressive amount of damage, but not fucking that.
Yeah, half of what it's currently doing.
Now, where do we go now?
Well, up to you.
Well, we were going back to the inn room and then next morning eating a meal of casual pickles before heading back to Odin.
Yep. So yeah, the following morning comes. If there's anything you wish to do before you return to the apartment, you have the chance to do so now. Otherwise... No?
I believe we're good.
Okay. In that case...
The only other person here is Lala Rarity.
Yeah, yeah, that person whose name is fucking Pipira. Pipira, dressmaker.
Still carrying those. She'd be pretty offended to have yeah.
All right. At any rate, so you head back to the apartment as Inada requested, and like you can see that like that there are lights on as you're approaching. Though, as you're making your way through the streets, actually, I would like everyone to make for me an awareness check, please.
Oh boy.
I don't like awareness.
I'm good at this skill. 13.
13. Oh,
Wow. Nat 12.
well, shit. Okay.
I win.
You do win, actually. So the rest of you can just stop rolling. Thanatos just gets it outright. So as you are going, making your way for Inada's place, Thanatos,
Aye.
in the back of your head, you feel a tingling, stirring sensation.
Are my darkness senses tingling?
They are. And for a brief moment, you sort of pause as you're trying to sort of wrap your head around the sensation.
Is it just him or is his knees going off too?
Thanatos' dark sense is only going off because of this, critical success. So he gets an
Right.
extra benefit on top of the other senses. So, but after a couple seconds, the rest of you hear a low in the distance.
Did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Looking around for any sign of demons.
Looking around, you don't see demons per se, but as you sort of turn your eyes sort of southward, you hear a few more of those.
Are those the sounds of creatures we're hearing?
It's distant, but it doesn't sound like vocalizations. But as you look to the south, you can see off in the distance, around about where you left Odin, little flashes in the air.
I think Odin and his sentinels are getting to work, which means demons are approaching the Loto.
We should alert the guards. Just in case.
You say this was on our way to the
Yeah,
Deal.
like you're on your way to the apartment. You can see it from here as this is starting to happen.
Let's eat those gaisho pickles first, could you?
Yeah, Kyra sort of nods over to the rest of you.
You all go on ahead. I'll go tell the captain of the guard. I don't really have much to contribute to the conversation anyway.
Okay, as long as someone does.
I'm on
It's
it.
fine. City's
careful.
fine so long as Odin's there. No demon's gonna get close. But once we leave, things might get a bit dicey.
There's a,
Still the sentinels, but
just keep an eye out and watch yourself, okay, Kara?
Of course.
She gives a little two-finger salute and then jumps up into the sky and is gone.
All right, my friends, shall we go take out the trash?
well, we're going to the apartment for breakfast first. We want to warn Anata.
Yeah. It would be good to warn him, yes, and his wife.
All right.
So there first, we'll meet up with Kyra. Then we'll head to see if Odin needs help. Probably not, but yeah.
Hey, he got messed up at the crater. I don't want to take any chances.
He fought Saran then, not some low-level demon.
We don't know what is out there.
Hmm.
And what if something gets past him?
Let's just trust the god of war and earth, yes?
Let's trust him for now.
Fine.
Sure, it's a nice change of pace from sitting on a rock.
Yeah.
All right.
I just have a bad feeling about this.
Same here. Like I said, we're kind of running short on time.
We got looking at the calendar again. Yeah. We have 2 days. We have another day in Anomo, and then we're to the rally point. We're right in time for all the forces to gather, according to this calendar anyway, so when they should be. So we're on time. We're good. Let's just keep to the plan.
Okay.
All right. So, as it is, with that in mind, you all make your way up the steps. As you're going, you can still hear the distant little thumps and booms. It's disquieting, and you can see, like, there was like this sort of general chattery buzz in the air, general chit-chat across the city that you could hear, and it has gone deathly quiet as you're ascending the steps. Clearly, everyone else can hear it, too. Like, as you're walking up towards the door opens, and Anata pokes his head out. What's going on out there?
The sentinels have been activated, it seems.
Are there demons out there?
if Odin and his sentinels are currently mopping up whatever's out there, then yeah, it's something. While Odin's there, nothing is going to break through, and even when we go later, he's still going to leave a small army of sentinels. So
hopefully that should help to keep everyone safe.
Bill, after we go, you might want to go to ground for a little while, somewhere stable, just in case.
Right. All right. Breakfast is ready, so, come on in.
Okay. Good morning.
What's the D12?
All right, so at about this point, as you're entering into the building, that off in the distance, you start hearing alarm bells starting to go off across the city.
I guess, well, Pyro went to warn the guard. Who that will be.
Either way, they've
Yeah,
noticed
I'm
that the
going-
city's about to fall under attack.
Yeah, that I'm not so glad of.
Let's just spend 10, 20 minutes. Let's just eat this meal, enjoy this moment before. Well, we're off to fight a big battle soon, so last chances.
Yeah.
Mika nods.
This is a Lapinian city, so with any luck, they'll have good defenses going. Magical and all that. Odin will hopefully buy them enough time to get those raised.
Exactly.
All right. That you step into the apartment, and there and like there's a warm and very inviting smell that hits you as you enter. Definitely the smell of a very well made and lovingly cooked breakfast. You can smell like cooked eggs and hash browns. You can smell like what smells like bacon, some steamed greens perhaps. Like they pulled out all the stops to make like this breakfast into it's close to a feast or banquet as they could get. And despite the thumps and booms going on outside and the ringing of the alarm bells, you manage to feel just a little more at ease from this sort of ambience as the door closes behind you. And for a brief second, you're able to sort of ignore the thumping in the distance. It becomes little more than just vibrations under your feet. The blaring of the alarm bells is a little different, but you can tune that out as Enada and his wife sort of nod and beckon you a little deeper in towards the dining room.
Thanatos is still kind of just lingering by the door. It's like kind of.
Thanatos. I know, but
We're all feeling that way, but for the time being,
we're not.
they were nice enough to make us breakfast.
Take a moment to relax. We're not the only ones fighting the war. We're not needed everywhere.
Right, fine.
Mika puts a hand on Thanatos' back and gives him a reassuring smile before you're led over to the dining table, and there is just a spread set out in front of you. It's impressive, though still humble in scale. It's definitely like a banquet on a budget, if you will. But there's like multiple bowls with salads. There's several different like sort of breakfast turkeys set up, plenty of ham, and just it's just a very, very nice spread of foods. And yes, plenty of geishel pickles. There's like an entire like bucket just full of them, chopped up and with a few little extra little seasonings to give them a bit of extra bite.
Nice.
Yeah, I spent the last few hours working on this.
Impressive.
Well, shall we? Little feast for the heroes before you set out?
We're gonna need it.
Indeed.
All right. So you sit down and spend the next little while trying your best to sort of ignore the sounds from outside. Though the alarm bells do keep ringing, You don't hear any immediate sounds or signs that the fighting has actually reached the city itself. And you get the impression that Odin and his sentinels are doing a pretty good job of keeping the demons at bay. And the food itself is delicious. It is a magnificent meal. It's kind of like having one. It's kind of like when you have breakfast for dinner, almost. You know that feeling where just for a brief moment, like the world just suddenly makes a brief bit of more sense, almost. It's kind of hard to describe the feeling, but you know it, right?
Yeah, I know it.
Yeah, where y'all just decide, fuck it, we're not doing anything complicated. We're having pancakes for dinner, right? It's kind of like that, as you're having these food items, and it's very relaxing, and you're able to sort of take a minute and just, it's going to be all right. They got this. After about 20 minutes of some attempts at lively chatter, though definitely dulled slightly by the sounds outside, you have a full meal, very refreshing, very filling, and then very satisfying.
Ah, I missed your cooking.
Better than I was.
Oh, it has gotten better. Of course, it was still good then.
And then she sort of elbows Zanata.
And I've been teaching this oaf how to cook too. Yeah, well. I'm nowhere near her level, but I'm getting there. I know how to cook meatloaf now. Didn't know how to do that before.
Yeah.
Well, guess after this we should bunk down, huh?
Probably.
Hmm.
Would be wise, probably. With what's to come.
Well, here's to hoping that this all blows over
Yeah.
soon.
Just don't. I wouldn't panic in all this.
Of course not.
Keep a look ahead.
We'll do our best.
That's all we can hope for.
It's everyone else I'm worried about.
Yeah.
You guys take care out there, all right?
We will. If there's anything I know about the Tarfel race, it's that they're very resilient.
Yeah, we're a stubborn fucking bunch. Do not underestimate us.
Exactly.
We're short, but we will blow up your shins if you anger us.
And then, you know, his wife pipes it.
You know, there's a reason that the only person in the world known to cast Ultima right now is Atarufel.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Yeah, was Rocket there for that? I don't think Rocket was there for that.
Rocket was not there for that.
That was still
yeah,
Para
yeah,
when,
doing others.
Yeah.
when we fought Anima, and we failed to stop it from doing its ultimate attack, but Shantoto activated ultimate and very nearly killed Saran.
Yeah.
Oh.
Certainly
Well, I mean,
certainly
it messed
hurt
him up.
him at the very least.
He ran away after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because had he stayed, the Archmage would have done him in. He couldn't take them all on at once.
Well, he couldn't take them on and us.
Well, I mean, he was
Yeah.
already on his last legs when we got there to him, because that was after Ultima.
But so were the
We got
Magi. And Shantoto could not do that again. She can only cast Ultima once, and she has to be at max MP to do it in the first place. She was tapped. But regardless.
Alright, well,
Well,
we probably shouldn't keep you then.
Well,
stay safe.
You too.
We're gonna do our best to make this right.
I don't doubt it. Okay, well, if we're gonna be bunking down and taking shelter, Inata, do we have any, like, canned foods or ration supplies we can work with? Yeah, I can probably go get some real quick. Yeah, probably wise. Run off, do that. I'll start closing things up.
And, like, they start getting up and moving around to start getting ready to, like, either reinforce this place in the event and, like, demon forces start trying to blast it, or close up so that they can go find a more reinforceable bunk down position. Maybe, like, a basement somewhere, or maybe a designated city safe house or something. You're not sure, but they're getting ready to they're preparing themselves.
Okay, good.
Is there anything else we should do here?
And that's Mika.
Well, we could check on how everyone's doing outside.
Yeah, I kind of want to
There's
find
anything
Kyra
we
to
need to
see where she
contribute
went.
before we go, but we've got like 2 more stops to make, I believe.
As I recall, according to your rotation plan, your next stop is Anomo, and then you go to where all of the forces will be meeting up to spearhead the final charge.
Okay.
So you only got one more pit stop to make on the farewell tour before it's just a waiting game for the fleet to come together.
All right. Well, we know what we need to do.
Let's meet up with Kyra and get to Odin. See if we can't help him out a bit.
Yeah, it sounds like his sentinels have been busy.
All right. So as you step out of the apartment and turn your eyes to the south, you can still see the flashes going off, but with increasing frequency. And with, like, the 17 awareness rocket rolled earlier, which I will maintain, like, even over the blaring of the alarm bells in the city, you can just faintly hear the growing choir of demonic voices shrieking and roaring in agitation at whatever it is they're fighting. It's kind of like in World War Z, where just the flood of zombies starts climbing up itself over a wall and the voices get louder and louder and louder as they're doing it. It's almost like that, as like the demonic horde is just meeting the wall that is Odin's defense. And just starting to, like, cluster together in this one spot in the sky and getting pissed about it. That being said, as you're coming out of the apartment, you can also hear orders being shouted deeper in the city. You can hear movement. As you sort of glance down, you can see a bunch of Tarufel on kind of short, sort of stunted chocobos running by in full armor, preparing to, like soldiers moving to get into battle formations. And the city is coming alive with soldiers getting into position to defend it.
I believe that they have these defenses.
Well, 2 days. We finish this off, then they've got nothing left to worry about. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, so where are you headed?
Odin.
All right.
All right. So, as you come to the eastern gate that you would come in through, you find it once again closed, and there's just, like, lines of guards sort of running upstairs on either side to sort of get up onto the wall. And, like, one soldier sort of turns to you as you're approaching and moves to meet your group. Oh, hey, what the hell are you all doing? You should be getting inside and taking shelter.
I kind of gesture towards the glowing crystal-powered arm. I go, "Yeah, we're leaving to fight the demons." Funny enough.
Make a negotiation check.
Yes. 13.
13. The guard does not seem convinced.
Look,
All right, over there.
we have a flying chocobo. I can grow wings. Either you're gonna let us through the gate so we can go meet up with Sentinels and the literal Odin god of the earth that is currently out there, so we can go so we can use his Bifrost to get towards the front lines near the Hellfire Pit, so we can help stop this,
Oh
or
my God.
we'll just jump over the top and be done with it anyway. One or the other.
Please let us pass. We
I
have
don't think-
experience against demons. We can handle this situation. The faster you let us through, the faster we can wipe out the demons.
I mean, do we look like normal adventurers? Kind of brings up a crossbow and loads in a bloody energy bolt.
I mean, heck,
Oh, by
I'm
crystal.
literally wearing god tier armor, and we have god tier gear. We can handle this.
Make another negotiation check, one of you. Nia already made her
Okay.
roll, so someone else.
I shall do it. Just look at how much I have again, because I need a refresher. It's been a while. LSI sheet. There you are. Okay. That works. So now I just need the ball. Where's my shiny dice?
Ooh.
Nice. Let's see. There it is. And the number is... Ooh. Hang on. Does a 18 do it?
Yes, it does. So as you all sort of make your collective cases and he just divulges all of your fucking plans to this grunt, he sort of looks around for a second. That's fucking fine, just be quick.
Don't worry, we got
Yeah, and he rushes off to the gatehouse, and a second later the gates open up just a little bit for you all to sort of file through single file, and the guard pokes his head out. Get out, go! If you're gonna go, go!
What is the light? Assemble.
The bird hurries everyone out.
Never
Okay.
say that again. Anyway.
Where is Kyra?
You don't know where Kyra is at the moment,
Why don't I know?
because
We
you
were gonna
didn't
meet
go
up
with her.
We were going to meet. We said we were meeting up with her before we went to the gate.
Oh. You did?
Yes.
I must have missed
Yeah.
that part.
I heard that.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like, as you were, like, looking around for her, she didn't seem to turn up.
He looks
What
to the
the-
guard. You seen a human dragoon around here? With a whip?
He sort of quirks an eyebrow. I thought I saw someone like that jumping over the wall earlier. Heading south?
She's going to.
I
fight the
knew it,
demons.
she's
Of course
got
she's
ahead.
going to fight the demons.
Shit. Move.
God. And
to go
Thanatos is
south.
now breaking into a sprint.
Okay.
This is why you love her, you dork.
We're gonna have
Is-
serious words after this, especially about your girlfriend just rushing off without us.
He is ignoring everything and running.
All right.
Following.
And other side's in the mid sprint as well.
Yeah, so you all sprint out of the gate. They clutch up behind you. You quickly turn and start making your way south as quickly as your feet can carry you towards where the flashes of light are going off in the sky overhead.
Do not worry, Thanatos. I swears my name is Alasai Quinton. Your girlfriend will not go down again.
I'm sure she's having the time of her life, frankly.
I hope so.
All right, so
She always suffered a
Thanatos.
spinal injury.
Thanatos, just for my sake, really quickly, go ahead and roll a force check for Kyra
Why?
to see how well she's doing.
Using her force or mine?
Hers.
I swear to
Does Kyra have
God, if
destiny
you,
points?
I swear to God.
Add to this.
Tone, if you do it again,
14. Okay.
Pretty good.
So,
I'm sweating.
so, as you are making your way south at this full tilt run, after a short time, about, I'd say like 10 minutes at this full tilt, you sort of come up over a hill, and as you do, you can see that Odin is sort of standing in the middle of the road heading south, Zontetskin in hand, and he keeps sort of giving these sort of wide slices up in the air, sending these crescent waves upwards into what is undeniably an incoming, like, wall of demons that even from here you look up and you can tell the overwhelming majority of them have the same physical resemblance to Diabolos as the ones you fought in Enomo, the ones that served anima. These are true demons, not just mutated animals.
oh, swell.
But either way, with every swing of his sword, several of them shatter like glass, like dozens of them at a time. And every so often, he holds his other hand out, in which his shield is held, and this sort of glowing pink lance of energy just emerges with a crackle of energy before he hurls it up into the sky, and it just explodes like almost like a small like a small pink nuke in the sky. And that's what you realize was causing the big flashes before, was him hurling these arcane lances at the demon on the oncoming demons. And you can also see up in the air, sort of darting around, these metallic armored figures with these sort of hollowly glowing blue eyes darting from demon to demon and engaging them with swords and other weapons made out of stone and sort of crudely shapen metal. But either way, it's like a full-blown battle going on over your heads.
How many sentinels has he made?
It's hard to tell from here, but like looking around at the ground and looking at all the various pits, it looks like he's made somewhere in the vicinity of 12 to 24.
Where's Kyra?
Look behind you.
Oh, thank goodness. You're
You turn around and you see Kyra. She's taken a few dings. Like, she has like a little cut on her cheek and a couple little bruises, but she seems to be doing just fine otherwise.
Thanatos is going to spin on just like immediately and just grab her by the shoulders. What were you thinking?
I was thinking I was gonna make myself useful?
By going off on your own?
Thanatos, I would appreciate it if you didn't baby me. I can look after myself, remember? I did it for a long time before I teamed up with you. I appreciate your concern. Really, I do. It's a very touching sentiment. But I'm not a kid that needs to be coddled. Okay?
I'm not trying to coddle you. These...
Look, I get it, okay? Maybe it was reckless of me, but I needed to just be useful.
Sort of brushes your hand off a little bit.
I get that you are worried, but I can look after myself, okay? Have a little faith.
He just nods and just doesn't say anything.
She pats you on the shoulder.
I'll make it up to you later, okay? Next time we get drinks, they're all on me.
He tries to give a smile before looking back at Odin. Big guy's been busy.
Odin glances back at you. I have been. The tide came faster than I would have liked.
Yeah, no kidding. We were just about to head
Yeah,
out
you
when
know
we heard the
that.
alarms.
Well, you want to help clean up with pest control?
We might as well. We did tell the guards we would.
If we stay here and try to fight all of them, we're going to be here for weeks. There's thousands of them.
But we can't leave Vlalato.
Your forces are needed elsewhere. My sentinels can carry most of the heavy lifting here.
How long do you think they can hold the tide back before they reach the walls and break through your sentinels?
It's hard to say. But even in the event that the city itself comes under full siege, don't underestimate the Tarufel. What they lack in physical might, they more than make up for in magical. He hurls up another lance. Besides, if we stay here and try to fight this horde, we'll only be wasting time that could be spent putting an end to the attacks across the whole planet.
He
The
has
city-
a point there.
You know,
And
you know. There are many
shame, I
other
suppose,
cities
could have been
present.
useful.
There are many other cities currently under attack. Just
The
not
whole
really
world.
to leave one. Anomo's our next destination. Get us there quick. As she needs approaching Odin to ready for the Bifrost, she's just going to raise her crossbow and just fire a barrage into a horde of demons.
All right.
You know, Anasai had a similar idea before you shoot off. He just shoots like a huge, like, damaging spell to all the demons.
Okay, so like a Dialga and a barrage attack.
Yaga.
Okay.
Yep.
So we'll say for purposes that you, as you fire off those attacks, you do see several demons up in the air, kind of shattering like glass, and a few others sort of spin out of the way and take damage, but otherwise stay intact before being chased down by some more of Odin's sentinels.
You have to trust that the Sentinels will hold out for now.
If nothing else, they'll buy the city time to muster their defenses better than other places. Everywhere else we've been, the demons got there first. Like everywhere else, the hope is that the tide of demons will pass over like a wave, and all they have to do is weather the worst of the initial attack, and then it will become far more manageable.
Well, I'm going to keep
Gosh.
shooting. Bifrost is out of here whenever you're ready.
All right.
And I keep blasting. At least we
Alright.
could do is lower down the numbers.
Shooting
Or
at
weaken
any
them.
demon that gets remotely close.
Yeah. Odin throws a few more lances before reverting to the grip on Zontetskin, stabbing it into the ground, and the familiar sensation of being pulled away from where you were overtakes you again. And you get shunted away, and the air around you immediately goes from cool but manageable to, like, you step out of it and are immediately just hit by this wall of just bitter, freezing cold as you step out of it. And just for a moment, your air is stolen from your lungs, just as the air gets suddenly really, really, really much thinner than you were used to. Like, your ears suddenly pop from the change in pressure and altitude, and this rush of cold wind hits your ears as you come out of the teleport. And you look around for a second, and your eyes immediately catch the glowing dome of the barrier over Animo. You are about a 10 minutes walk away from.
I think that was the most unpleasant one I felt, and I climbed a cold, icy mountain. Ugh.
I wonder if they'd be able to help provide assistance to Loloto.
If they're notified that the city is under attack, then they can probably start sending majors that way to provide assistance.
If they have any to spare, from what we understand, they've been sending quite a few to the front.
Yeah.
Without leaving a Nomo too vulnerable.
Yeah, they've got their own problems to deal with too, but Loloto doesn't have a barrier like they do.
Speaking of barrier,
I do not doubt the skill of the mages, but there's only so many they could be able to spare, unfortunately.
let's see what Archmage are still here and if Athena's here. If she's not, Odin will probably be back out quite quick. If she is, it'll be tomorrow morning, as before.
All right. So, as before, Odin gets himself situated, stabs Zontetskin into the ground, and starts conjuring up more sentinels. And with that, you make your way up to the Academy City. At this point, you sort of look up and you realize that for the first time since all of this shit started, you can't actually see the cold sky overhead. Like, you can't presently see the fucking, my brain is dying.
Hang in there.
You trying to talk about the red sky?
The amber sky, thank you. You can't see the amber in the skies overhead. Because it's smothered in clouds as snow is falling down around you. Also, at this altitude, it is about 11 degrees Fahrenheit. It is fucking cold. It is freezing out here.
I regret getting rid of my old cloak of anti-gold. Let's get to the door quick. Mika, Alisar, it should just let us in because of you two, right?
Right.
Like, Mika's just shivering a bunch. And then after a moment, Mika just decides,
You know what? Fuck it.
she pulls out her book and is going to expend 100 MP to cast Flare.
That's very brief.
Yeah. So what happens? So what she does is she uses it in the instead of using it to like attack something, she's intuit magicking it to like create she's releasing the energy in a gradual wave. So like there's just like this just like a wave of fiercely contrasting hot air that goes from like 11 degrees to like 60 or so. It's much warmer. And it will last for about a minute as she releases the energy very gradually from her book. But it's going to cost her 100 MP to do that.
Oh, we've got 10 minutes to walk and it's lost a minute.
Huh, I guess not everyone could get used to the cold.
A spell that is one of Bahamut's signature being used as a makeshift heater. Something amazing about that.
Well, either way. So you make your way after that. And Mika's able to sort of keep the flow going just long enough for you to reach the wall. And as expected, the sort of face pushes out of the bricks, recognizes you coming, the doorway opens, and after a moment you are back in the streets of the Academy City. And it is a welcome sight as you step in, but it's still a somewhat grim one as you look around and you see lingering signs of damage from the previous attack. There's definitely signs that they've been going out of their way to tidy up and fix it and make repairs, and it's coming along nicely. But there is still a lot of damage lingering around.
You would see a bit of a tear going down Anasai's face at this point when he saw the damage. And probably people in not the best condition, I would imagine.
The mages seem to be carrying themselves pretty well, all things considered. Like, yeah, things are definitely broken up here, but the population seems to be doing all right.
Mainly because of the previous attack, there was quite a few casualties.
There were. There's definitely a solemn air over things, but as you're sort of looking around at everyone, you get this sort of, like, sense of unified purpose as everyone's going about their business, like grim determination. Everyone knows what they're doing, and they are doing it, focusing on that. Everyone has a job to do as they're moving about. It feels less like a school right now, and more like almost like a military installation. Neothil, you kind of get that feeling right away from the time you spent in the armies of Vitea. Everyone has a job, and they are just doing it.
They've been busy in the month since the attack. It's been 1 month, 3 days.
Makes sense. Keep the young students' minds off of everything that went wrong. Keeps them from falling into despair or depression as long as they have shit to focus on.
Let's hurry to the academy. See if we can't find who we're looking for.
Right.
So the walk through the streets is cold and quiet, but otherwise uneventful. And before long, the familiar structure of the central university looms high overhead, and you're pushing your way into the front lobby, where you can see that it's been very neatly tidied up since the initial assault. Like, all the rubble's kind of been cleared out. There are still signs of damage in the walls, but, like, all the lingering bits and piles of rubble and debris have been cleared out. And clear efforts to make repairs are already underway. They're, like, places where holes are clearly being filled in with other materials. But the carpet's been replaced. Obviously, the bodies have been moved and probably buried at this point. And as you're sort of stepping into the front lobby, you actually see the familiar Moogle behind the counter.
Good morning, I think.
Yeah, it's morning. Late morning at this point. The Moogle looks up.
Oh, good morning, Kupo.
And his eyes land on Mika and Alistair.
Returning students! It's good to see you too, Kupo. Can I do anything for you?
Asai's in a bit of a daze at the moment, still looking around, but acknowledges. Oh, sorry. Just a little bit emotional to seeing the place like this a bit. It's like a second home to me, you could say.
I understand.
I was wondering if Athena was around.
Athena. Isn't that Kelgor's apprentice?
Student, Blue Mage,
Blue Mage,
Kelgor's apprentice, yes.
Yes.
Then no, I haven't seen her lately. I have seen Kelgor, though.
Oh.
Did Athena depart for the rally point near the Amber Tunnel?
I'm a receptionist. I didn't catch anything about where she was going.
What about the Archmagi, aside from Kelgor?
The headmaster is still here, running things, but Shuntato, Alarin, and Various have all made their way out of here for the time being. And for record, that's the Arch Black, White, and Red mages.
Yep. So the Time Mage and the Blue Mage are still here.
Mm-hmm.
Can we speak to Kelgor then?
I think so. If you're friends of his, then go for it.
We did.
Most appreciated. Thank you.
We did solve the Tomberry plot together. So.
Indeed we did. Feels like ages ago since we did that.
Like it was 2 years, real world or something.
Where can we find Keldor?
He should be in one of his one of the dojos,
And he gives instructions to a place where blue mages can practice their craft and study. It's not really a traditional classroom, Alistair. You would know this. It's it's more like a big dojo, because blue mages have to punch themselves or be punched by each other or their teachers to learn magic. So it's a big sort of large empty space where things can explode and not cause any damage.
In Athena's case, hey Alistair, come here so I can test this new thing on you.
Pretty much.
Yes. I was gonna say. Figured he'd be there. I just hope he doesn't throw one of those blue spells at me, or one of you. Although he'd probably be occupied, so let's go.
I'll lead the way. You or Mika, this is your guys' school.
All right. So, Alistair, you would be more familiar with it than Mika, so you lead the way. And it doesn't take you very long. You find it eventually, and you step into it, and it is a wide, open space. Very sort of cool stone floor, high roof, a few cabinets along many of the walls that you would know very intimately from personal experience have a lot of potions in them, and a lot of bandages and other medical supplies. And a single bookcase in the far right corner that's just loaded with blue leather bound tomes. And you see Kelgor kind of just sitting in the middle of it, sort of cross-legged and almost like a meditative stance, except he has his fingers interlocked together and is resting his chin on them. Who is it?
Greetings, sir. It's Alistair.
Ah! And he quickly stands up. Haven't seen all of you in a while. How are you doing?
Well, at the moment. Still got a lot to do, though, before the world is saved. But we're at least making some progress of saying farewells to people before the big fight.
Right. Well, it's good to see you all again.
Good to see you, too.
He looks over at Uni. How are things with the Dark Woman? Panara, was it?
Well, just mentally nudges Emma to surprise him.
Sort of blink, eyes flash green, and Emma just kind of tilts her head.
Hi.
The fuck?
Yeah. Interesting thing. That sneeze, that was just a...
Yeah, it's a very, very long story that involves body snatching and, really overpassionate mothers and a whole other continent, and a dragon is involved somehow. At this point, honestly, I don't even have the patience to try and regale half of it, so there's another person in here. Hi, I'm Emma. I don't like this guy. Take the reins.
And she pops back out.
We like Kelgor. Kelgor's nice. You should remember, you have my memories.
Well, okay, more accurately what you said is she's uncomfortable meeting a new person so abruptly.
Not to mention almost killing his mother, but
Yeah.
Oh, and yes, about the whole body swapping thing. Turns out I'm the soul snatching body parasite inadvertently. Didn't mean to do it. Sorry.
Huh.
Yeah,
Well.
you miss a lot.
And to be honest, I thought meeting a blue mage was the craziest thing I would ever do in my life.
Well, I imagine that you all came all this way not just to, for a social call with me.
Yeah. I suppose one thing I wish to address, if you mind.
Of course.
Yeah, we'll regale you the full tale of my mother another time. Still.
I take it Athena's at the front lines.
Yes, she is. I wish I could be there too, but that master insisted that at least one other archmage stay at the Academy City while the others go off, and given my abilities, he deemed that I would work best here. My ability to absorb enemy attacks makes me a much better agent of defense if I can turn their assaults right back on them, so here I am.
Well, to be honest, sir, as much as I worry for her, I know what she's capable of. She is a strong pupil.
Wasn't
She would do
Athena level
well.
9? We last saw her.
She was something.
Hey, you did get yeeted around the arena. I know what she's capable of.
On another note, we heard rumors that Dolly and Puktha were attacked. Any ideas on that?
Unfortunately, yes. Dolly and Puktha and Tenori have all been attacked. And unfortunately, to my understanding, everyone in Dolly had to evacuate. It's a small logging and fishing village. They don't have the defenses to fend off a demonic invasion. I don't know if there were any survivors, but they scattered, and the village itself, last I heard, has been utterly razed.
Did they go to Puktha?
Those demons will pay.
As far as I'm aware, Puktha still stands. The Tonberries are putting up a valiant defense.
Tonberries be
As they
Tonberries. I imagine that the people of Dali would have gone to Puktha for shelter, the most obvious place, and since we did solve their long-standing issues.
It's possible, but I haven't been able to go and check personally. I've been busy here.
Just saying, it would be a nice narrative thread to see the consequences of actions. Anyway.
Well.
Fourth wall breaking, screaming.
Well. Kelgor's eyes then land on you, Rocket.
Yeah?
You look different.
Hey. Yeah, long story short, I've been gathering Phoenix's brothers to try and bring her back. Well, to bring her back.
Well, I'll be damned. If you kick me now, will I learn a different thing than last time?
I'm not sure.
You want to try?
I don't know
I
if you'll
mean-
survive this one.
Buddy, I'm a blue mage.
Yeah, and she's a god bird now.
And I'm a blue mage. I'm a blue archmage.
Thanatos just kind of throws up his hands and just goes to lean against the wall. Have fun.
Oh, Rocket, don't hold back. Holy damage and all of it.
Alright.
All right. So, you kicking him?
Yeah.
All right. So, you kick Kelgor. I'm not going to necessitate a roll because he ain't trying to dodge. There's a slide metallic, and Kelgor's rocketing across the room and slams into the wall in the back of the room, indents it in so rubble falls over him. Oh!
He's alive. It's fine.
And he kind of pushes it. Then he kind of pushes his way out. Ugh. Ow! And regrettably, I didn't get anything from that. Ow!
Cue Rocket being arrested for attacking an archmage.
Mika, your professor.
Did I just
might
come
make your-
back of an archmage getting yeeted by a kick from a chocobo?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, God, Chocobo. Yes.
I mean, it would require using a destiny point probably, but I could try and teach him meteor.
No.
Meteor rain. Unfortunately,
No,
that unfortunately that would not work because that's not a blue magic spell.
Oh.
Shame.
I let
You
him
were
learn Choco Kick from you because it was funny in the moment.
No.
Mika, maybe your professor might require a bit of a pick me up to not. fall
I'm
apart.
already doing it.
No,
because
it's fine. And Kelgor walks over to one of the cupboards and just pulls out a high potion and chugs it. No, it's fine. That was my fault. Still, good to get the blood flowing like that every now and then.
You worry me sometimes, sir.
I worry me sometimes. And then he looks over at the hole in the wall. I mean, for example, I have to pay for that.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's not cheap.
That happened in
We
my
have-
dojo. It's my responsibility, and you can bet your ass that chocobo at the counter is not going to let me get away with this.
That joke about the county, you mean the Moogle? Have you got? You didn't hit you that hard. did you?
Shut up.
See?
Shut up.
He's seeing chocobos rather than Moogles.
Just shut up.
Why do I get the feeling that this dojo tends to be the most expensive at all?
Oh, it absolutely is.
Still,
But that didn't stop Athena.
Like,
Speaking of Athena, we obviously came here to. Well, Alistair has certain things he needs to say to her, so we'll be heading out
Well,
soon
she's
again.
at the front at the moment.
Yeah, so we won't be staying the night here then. We'll go straight there.
all right.
But still, it was
Yeah,
good to see you again when you're not fighting a demonic Mithra.
Indeed.
Also, out of character, Sid and them are supposed to be here, right?
Last you heard about where Sid was, last you heard about where the Little Wing was, it had been an Endlem helping with their defense.
Yeah.
Okay, because you still got that other like party marker thing there at Enoma.
Yeah, that tells me that's where Kelgor is.
Okay, so-
Alistair, since we're going straight to the front, the book, could you check in on the Little Wing and tell them we're going?
I would do that.
All right.
But also, as a heads up, unfortunately, I may have to do the Athena thing next time because I would have to be quiet due to my mother going to bed and I would have work in the morning.
Fair enough.
We can,
Very sorry.
It's all
we
right.
can at least get to the front and find Athena. Oh,
Alright.
yes.
All right, so checking the book and looking it over, you do see that there are a couple new entries that have been written in by what appears to be Sid's handwriting. The first few just describe the defense of Endlem, and his words make it clear that it was a very chaotic situation. That the initial charge of demons from the Amber Coast came suddenly and unexpectedly the moment the sky went dark, and that there were several breaches in the outer walls that were made before a practical defense could be arranged. But after a while and a lot of hard work and with plenty of coordination from Elizabeth and Nabat coordinating more effective uses of Magitech defense systems, especially Nabat given her familiarity with Magitech weapons, they were able to get a more effective defense mounted, and thanks to some ingenuity between Sid and Fane, some firm defensive barriers were sort of slapped together that are now in the process of being made to cover up the holes in the walls. So over the course of several days, proper defenses were set up and the demonic invasion force began to sort of dwindle as the wave that first hit Endlem started to thin out a little bit. So the city is still under active siege, but the enemy forces that managed to get into the walls have been pushed out, and they're holding firm. At least it was when the Little Wing left the dry docks and began to fly its way south for the rallying point.
I'm glad to keep the enemy at bay for now. That's put a little bit of worry at ease.
Just tell them that we are going to be at the rally point one day earlier than expected. We'll meet them there.
Best to get there early as possible. Can't be
Alright.
too careful.
All right. So you write that in, and surprisingly enough, you get a reply almost immediately in Elizabeth's handwriting,
Oh,
which basically says that we're already here. We're just waiting on the last of the fleets to arrive.
thanks, Elizabeth. There was no send.
Thank you, Master Kelgor. We'll be leaving post haste to go and hopefully kick the ass of said demonic Mithra.
Well, good luck.
Thanks.
All right.
Keep the city safe. It's seen enough of Anima.
That is my plan and my responsibility. Good luck
Just
out
make
there.
sure you don't. Thank you. Just make sure you don't make any holes of your own in this place.
If I do, it'll be on the inside because demons are already in. Any
Fair
other
point.
holes I make will be in the mountainside itself.
Good luck, sir.
You as well.
May we all survive this.
All right.
Back to Odin.
Yep. So with that, you make your way back through the streets of Animo, briefly passing by the Chocobo on the way, who kind of leans forward a bit as you pass.
The Moogle.
The Moogle, fuck you. The Moogle. Look, I'm sorry, Rocket starred in well over half the session. My mind is on birds. So you pass by the Moogle as you're passing by the counter, who leans forward a little bit.
I heard it rumble. Is everything okay?
Blue Mage.
Yeah, basically put it on his tab.
The Moogle reaches under the counter, pulls up a little book, and just starts writing down in it.
Son of a Kupo?
Look, just kind of taking a sneaker up. Like, how filled up is that book?
Make an awareness check.
Nosy knee.
Okay, that is good. That's 17.
17? Oh, easy.
Oh.
You sort of lean over slightly to peer into the Moogle's book, and holy shit! Like you look at that, and you realize with like a little like there are numerous entries scattered all throughout this book, some of which have been stricken through, indicating they've been taken care of. But just like there are like 5 separate listings that are like between like 40 and 60,000 gil a pop.
Okay, good luck, Popo.
And then Moogle is just crumpling them. Just
Mother Kupo can't even just take a minute, find like a cushioned wall or something, son of a Kupo.
Let's Koopo out of here. Let's go.
and the Moogle goes flittering off, and like you think you can hear like the psycho music playing as he's going just. Zing, zing, zing.
You had to take a look at the book, didn't you, Nee?
Oh, I think Kelgor was in trouble no matter what.
I should know. His student is just the same.
I think that Moogle has a
many
9.
damages.
All right. So with that, you make your way out of the Central University and through the rest of the streets of Animo. And before long, you're passing back out and into the biting cold of the outside. But luckily, it's not too long before you get back to Odin. And you see that at this point, he's managed to make 1 sentinel. And like the sentinels resemble centaurs now that you're actually getting a proper clear look at one of them. And Odin looks up as you're approaching, and you swear he's quirking an eyebrow under that helmet. That was quick.
I did tell you if she wasn't here, it would be a quick one.
I suppose so. Well then, where to next?
Our final destination is...
Very well.
Which so far they're holding the lines for now. So yes, back them up would be the best course of action.
All right. Odin picks himself. Go.
Odin, when we arrive there, what are you going to do? Because some other way you can't accompany us to the Eternal.
I will start making my way around the rest of the continent, and then the other continents as I am able, and start producing sentinels wherever I can. Fighting
Okay.
those places that are under the worst attack and helping them defend themselves. I
See,
have
there's
no
em-
Eidolons I can send into the Eternal with you, so I will do what I
Obviously
have always
there's
done.
Endlum is the major one, but could I make a request of Puktha? It's a Thornberry village just south of here. We put a lot of effort in making sure that it and Dali didn't kill each other, and now that they're kind of sheltering together, I hope they could use some help. They're very small.
I'll poke my head in and see what I can see.
Thanks.
Appreciated.
You can rest assured that the others will also be doing their best to defend varying regions.
I have no doubt. Right.
That being said, it is very likely that they will send their Eidolons into battle with you. Our main bodies can be corrupted by Amber, but our avatars, thankfully, cannot. And even if they could, that wouldn't extend to our living bodies.
Which in turn would make it pointless since you're puppeting them.
Indeed. Now then,
Rallying point along the Extreme Spine. Go.
he reverses his grip on his sword, brings it up, stabs it into the ground, and one more time, the sensation of being displaced hits you. And when it fades, the environment around you changes. Gone is the snow and the rocky crags, and as you come out, you are greeted to the familiar sight of the Uzura Desert. A harsh wind immediately sort of blasts against you as you come out, and sand starts sort of slashing against your skins as you emerge. And the temperature just spikes. It jumps very, very, very much.
Thanatos is just standing there, just eyes closed, just feeling it all in.
Indeed.
And here we are. End of the line.
As you sort of come out, you look ahead and, like, barely even a minute's walk ahead, you see one of the most impressive gatherings of airships you think you've ever seen. Looking at it, you can clearly see several of the sort of very sort of industrial utilitarian designs of Endlem airships, very rigid and structured and kind of almost looking like floating factories. You can see the very similar but slightly more artistic Volian ships scattered about. You can see a handful of airships that bear the signature of Lapinia also scattered around. You would imagine those are what brought the Archmages. But at present, you don't see the Vataean fleets or the Viera anywhere present. You imagine they'll be last to arrive.
My sisters aren't here yet. Neither is Avis.
Do the area even have airships?
I imagine they piggybacked on ours. If they don't. We haven't actually been to their city in the forest below the wasteland, so... I don't
Well,
know.
Well,
this is it. The final stand.
so it is.
You think we have enough?
It'll have to be.
Well, tomorrow, hopefully the 10 should get here. The day after that, they should be ready.
But
2
first,
days.
I have one thing to do.
Yeah. Not yet.
Well, either way.
Alistair, if you want to check in with Athena, the rest of us can go find Sid. If you want to have a moment alone.
I would appreciate it.
All right. And
Tap
so,
him on the shoulder. And go get him, Tiger. Good Tiger.
all right. And so, as you all turn and start scattering to make your way to your respective destinations, Alistair looking for Athena, and the rest of you looking for Sid and the Little Wing. The darkened sky overhead shining down on you, and the howling winds of the Uzor Desert blasting over you. The faint light of this military staging point, the one point of illumination in this vast, dark desert before the end of the line. We'll go ahead and call it there for the night. All right. So my initial prediction that we probably wouldn't have more than 10 sessions after session 100 might have been a little off, but
What session are we on now?
I think this is like session 106. Let me double check.
I mean, next one is just another round of talking. And
No, this is
prep
session
and-
104. This is session 104.
I mean, next time there'll be obviously Athena and then meeting up with Sid. I
Any
think
last little interactions we have. Next one will
This
probably be
is-
the
these sisters.
charge towards the Eternal.
Well, either way,
well,
with all that in
by the
mind,
next time we will get there.
that'll be for next time. So thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, so much for tuning in for this session of Final Fantasy Chronicles of Eno. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Hurrah.
Bye.
Letters.
Bye, everyone.